Hit it with the.
When I am hurt, you pull me close to you. You brought me here, a place where I can find myself in you. I won't back down, freedom is what I choose. No more fear, 'cause I have found my happiness in you. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always running after me. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always there to set me free. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always running after me. Your love is so good, can't stop it. Always there to set me free.
.1 seconds left. Huntington, a chance to win. Drew finds Zack. Zack launches for the win, and he baked it in!
What a shot there from Zack Goodline! Oh, unbelievable!
Zack Goodline does it again!
Wow.
He's the clutchest man in Forester history as he's just knocked off the Spring Arbor Cougars!
Man, oh man, what a clutch shot there from Zack Goodline!
Yeah. Oh, that just puts a smile on my face. There is no better time of the year. This is, for basketball fans, the real Christmas holidays, or all the holidays put together. Wow, what a great call there by the Foresters Digital Network. And that was exciting. That's Zack Goodline, who for about a month we've been talking about Goodline and Sparks, and Goodline's got a brother on the team, and the Huntington Foresters are extremely hot now. And I just, that's a great moment. Obviously, that was round one of the Crossroads League. I don't think that game should have been that close, but I will give Spring Arbor some credit. They played a really, really good game against a red-hot Foresters team, and so that's real interesting. But I'm going to bring up something. All right, save the hate mail. All right, I'm just going to show you some facts. All right, Huntington should not have won this game. That should have been Spring Arbor's ball. So, James, do you have this? It looks like it's queued up, so I'm.
Yeah, I got this right here. Yeah.
Are you ready to roll it? Okay.
I'm ready to shake my head.
All right. So I want you to pay close attention. This is a dead ball scenario, and it went out of bounds. There was a timeout called, and now the play's been drawn up. All right. Watch what happens right there. That's illegal. You cannot move. You cannot make a step. You have to be locked down per the rules. That's not me. That's just per the rules. He definitely took 2 steps, and that should have been called by the referees.
Okay, so right here, when he blows the whistle right there,
okay,
that's when your feet are locked.
Well, at any point, once you get the ball, once the referee gives you the ball, you are committed to that spot, and you're just throwing in. Now, he needed to generate some momentum to get a healthy pass, with some length on it. So he steps into it. This is a out of bounds violation. Ref standing right there, but he did not look at his feet. So
no, yeah, he's not looking at it at all.
And you got away with one, Huntington.
His head to the right. Yeah, he's looking for where the ball. Oh yeah, he looks at that guy right there who's over his shoulder. I think that might have.
Yeah, no, he definitely breaks. He is not anticipating inbounder to move at all. So just not on his mind. And it is what it is. Nonetheless, they avoid the call. Gets it to Zack Goodline, one of my favorite players in the NAIA. And he's just been doing big things his senior year, his last chance at the big hurrah. And he cleanly hit that. I mean, he got it off. We've looked at it a bunch. They looked at it a bunch there. The refs even did officials review.
Yeah, as they should have.
And you could see clearly, out of hand, it's up in there, and boom. He banked that one in. So
he needed. I think before this play, didn't they put like 0.3 back on the clock or something like that?
No, they did give them a little. It just depends on. So that's another judgment call by the referee. They were a bit gracious at how much time they added back on. We don't have the footage to go back and see, but
either way, man, he released that with 0.2. He needed every
yeah,
one
he
of
needed
those
it.
tenths.
Yep, and that helped because if they really would have put the 0.8 up instead of the 1.2, then they wouldn't have got it off.
No, I don't think so.
But right there, you can see referee missed the violation there. But that's just kind of funny. What kind of pundit would I be if I didn't point out some of those things?
But that's how.
But a great shot, good shot, Zack Goodline to move on. They did not end up beating Grace, but they did very well, and they're going to get into the national tournament. That is what today's show is all about. It is the national. Oh, there you go. That is the Crossroads League. In our opinion, the number 1 conference in America for the NAIA, and of course, Grace went on to win by 21, I believe. So Grace is playing up to par. They're really playing well. I'm sorry, I said Huntington didn't beat Grace, but Huntington didn't beat Indiana Wesleyan. And Indiana Wesleyan has consistently all year maintained kind of that top 5 spot and maybe 6, top 6 perspective nationally. And they have earned that. And you had the 2 best teams from the Crossroads League playing in that championship, and that was good to see. Although I do think Marion and Huntington are 2B and 2C. So you got Indiana Wesleyan 2A, then Marion 2B, Huntington 2C. Like, it is very, very close between those three teams as to who could be second in that league. There is a head and shoulders difference between Grace and everybody else, but that is a very fun conference. And I'm gonna tell you, like, if you haven't watched Crossroads, and I don't expect people have, Spring Arbor is very legit. Bethel is a crazy good team, and I don't think Crossroads will get 6 teams in, but they will most likely get 5. We don't know yet. You know why? Because the official selection has not been revealed. That will happen from the NAIA in official capacity at 6 p.m. Central Time. That we're on Central Time.
It's about 3 hours away from this recording.
Yeah. So we're all pumped. We're all excited to see it, and you can watch that. I believe, James, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it on YouTube?
Yes, the NAIA YouTube channel, 6 o'clock Central Time.
So they premiere it on YouTube, I guess. It's not actually live, but they record it, and then they kind of roll it out live. I don't know if they still use the nomenclature of premiere, but that is essentially what it is.
Sometimes they do just upload it, and you can just skip to the end and see the bracket. I kind of hope they don't do that. It's a lot more fun when everyone's watching.
Yeah, if they roll it live, that's how you're supposed to do it in a reveal party kind of things. But we've got a pre-reveal show happening here, so we're going to make some predictions and be good old pundits about how we view things, and we know that this is a tough job and making the selection. But let's just walk you through it real quick. I made a little teaser this morning that we put out on Twitter, but let's break this down. All right, so number one, you have, I said 236 on the video, but a correction to be made, 226 teams in the NAIA. They all are enclosed into 21 conferences across the United States. So out of those 21 conferences, to get in the road to Muni, as they call it, or the national tournament, there are going to be 64 teams accepted. And this year, the way it works, and we'll break this down, but the way it really works is 36 teams will have an auto bid. And those auto bids are predetermined like this. If your conference has 10 teams or more, you will get 2 auto bids. If your conference has less than 10, so 9 and less, then you will only get 1 auto bid. And that's very important to know. So there are 36 auto bids given. There are 15 of the 21 conferences have 10 or more teams. So there is 30 right there. That is 30 auto bids from those conferences. Then there's 6 conferences that have less than 10. They get 1 each. So easy math, 15 plus 6 gives you 36. Well, 15 times 2 is 30, and then another 6 is 36. So that is given. That the criteria to get those auto bids is a little complicated to explain because it is different per conference. Now, so each conference determines how that works. Some conferences share the same criteria, but a lot of conferences don't. And we'll give you the one conference. I'm going to just show you kind of, in my opinion, how it should work. It should be, if you get 2 auto bids, the first auto bid should go to the conference season champions. And then if you get a second one, it should go to the winner of the conference tournament. If that happens to be the same team that wins the conference tournament as the season tournament, it should go to whoever played in the championship game. So hopefully that made sense. It should be the top layer. I do like sending either the winner or the runner-up of the tournament, because that just adds this dynamic of gives anybody a shot that at least gets in the conference tournament. So that creates some complexity, but in my opinion, that's the way it should be. It's not like that in every conference. There's quite a few conferences that are tournament only, and then there's conferences that will go.
Conferences tend to be,
smaller ones, right?
Kind of
But
makes sense. Kind of.
yeah, kind of. I mean, it opens up to, I don't know. As a purist, I really like saying the best team in the conference is the one over time that produced the best results, which
best
would
body
be
of work
Yep.
over the course of the season.
So if you were to nail me down on like the one auto bid conferences, like it should be the season champs. But I'm I'm not going to throw any shade to the conferences that do that, because I do think it makes it kind of fun. But it lessens the purity of the field of 64. Anyway, then you'll have your conferences that will do the tournament champs get the first auto bid, and then they go, if that's a different team, then the top team in the season, or the runner-up, whatever that looks like.
Right.
I think that is the Cascade that does something like that.
Yes, Cascade. I have it on screen. So Cascade does that. The G-Pack. It's those little icons there. I don't know if it's kind of small, but basically it's if the tournament winner isn't the regular season winner, then you go to the second place team.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, if the tournament winner is the regular season winner, then that second auto bid goes to a team.
Yeah. So it's just reversed. So some say the top auto bid goes to the season champs. Some say that the top auto bid goes to the tournament champs, and then they'll work out, if they get a second auto bid, they'll work out who the season champ was, right? And then vice versa. Then there's this one lone conference out there that has a bit of a ridiculous way they do it. They do tournament champ, and then whoever was the top ARC seed, which for the life of me,
we're going to go, what's the ARC, right? Like,
yeah.
What is this?
We'll get into that in a minute. But the question I have is, as a conference, how do you let someone outside of your conference determine who is the best team in your conference? I mean, there is no logical sense, and that's the Red River. And I really don't mean to throw any kind of hatred or shade there. It's just I'm kind of doing the punditry call out here, in that is a bit ridiculous. I think you need to go back to the rule book and let your conference determine your conference rule book or manual. Let the conference determine it. Don't leave this up to ARC reps who don't really actually try to get the perfect order in your ARC. They do the best they can, but that's just too much pressure, and it's not fair to the rest of your conference members. So I would encourage, just my opinion here, I would encourage the Red River to go take a look at that. Let your conference actually determine who is the strongest member of your conference. Okay, that kind of sounds silly when you say it out.
I'll say, just recap. So LSU Alexandria won their regular season. They went to the tournament here, beat Southwest in the finals, so they have both regular season and tournament. And the Red River says, to figure out our second auto bid, because we have more than 10
they have 2 auto bids. Yeah.
We're going to let the ARC, the highest, the second Red River team in the ARC, or the highest one that's not the
instead of just picking out who was the best.
The regular season second place, or the tournament runner-up, or tournament team that scored the most points, something that is actually tied to the conference play, as opposed to an area committee, which other conferences get to weigh in on.
Okay, yeah, and
Right,
and
that's-
and
yeah.
yeah, we're kind of doing
That's
this
crazy.
backwards a little
Yeah.
bit because we haven't explained the arc. But
Yeah.
but
But either way, this is the one that is not earned necessarily through any kind of.
yeah, it's
totally,
the only
uh,
one in the
teammates.
21 conferences that do this. So that's why we're kind of harping on it.
Yeah.
All right, and it could be very unfair to really good teams. Yeah, it just depends. There's so much ambiguous thought that goes into that, and it just doesn't need to be like that. Doesn't have to be like that. So arcs. Let's explain arcs real quick. And yeah, all right, here we go. So there are 6 arcs. Right there, you can see the conferences that are loaded into the arcs. It's not a perfect, 21 is not a perfect number. I really don't know why they went with 6 arcs instead of 4. 4 is a much better build out, or 8, or any derivative of 4s tend to work. But as you can see, there are 3 arcs that have 4 conferences in them, and then there are 3 arcs that have 3 conferences in them. And
Clear as mud.
yeah. So just remember, there are 226 teams that make up all those 21 conferences, or 6 arcs. So, and if anybody knows why they went with 6, maybe there is a logical reason, and we just haven't been able to decipher. Maybe it's not in print. We've read through all the manuals and rule books of the NAIA or basketball, and we can't really see a reasoning as to why it landed on 6. But nonetheless, this is the way it is, So let's compare that to how the tournament works. There are not 6 brackets. So there's one main bracket that is divided up into 4 quadrants. And those 4 quadrants represent 16 teams. And that is how you get to 64. 4 times 16 is 64. James, I'm thinking about it. So it's only been recent, especially since they've merged the D2 to D1, which gave a lot more conferences. I do not know if they have just had time to really make the adjustments on ARC, so that the area rating committees may have just kind of been smashed together, and this is a pretty new development. So the round of 64, or putting 64 teams in, is fairly new in the history of NAIA. So to be fair, maybe we should give them some time to actually learning every year. Okay, what's going to be better? So who knows? I think if they expanded to 8 arcs, might be the easiest thing going backwards to 4. That could be helpful. I do think some conferences would probably appreciate that, but it's still an odd number, 21 conferences, so you would need to get to a derivative that of conferences that get laid out, and I think that's probably going to be in the near future. It's not going to be just 21 conferences. I just have a feeling that landscape will change pretty soon. Anyway. So there are 6 of these, and you can see there the conferences that are in each one of these arcs. The reason the arc is very important is because they are assigned raters or oversight. Each arc has its oversight. Yesterday, the full arc committee plus a few get together, and they make the selection of what we would call the at-large bids. And so bring that graphic back up, the initial one, the 64 to 36 auto bids. So there's 36, you just do the math. There's 36 auto bids. That leaves you with 28 at-large bids. These at-large bids can go to anybody. quite frankly, the way it's set up. But there's 28 of them left. He's just math, right? 36 plus 28 equals 64. So 36 auto bids leave you with 28 at large. Okay, this is where it gets slightly tricky every year. And I'm just going to speak to this year. They have to, and it's going to feel like I'm flipping subjects, but I'm staying in the frame here. All right. They have 16 what they would call regional host sites to do rounds 1 and rounds 2. 16 of them across the country. And that means 16 of those host sites will get 4 teams. You have to come up just logistically with 16 areas that you could have a regional kind of tournament. Not every school in the NAIA, or the 226 teams that are out there, or schools that are out there, have the capacity and facilities to make a big event like that happen. So the pool of schools are kind of limited. Yes, there's a bunch, but it does get limited. And over time, the NAIA, I'm assuming, has put together a preferred list, and then a list of schools. Well, they're trying, they're vying for a bid, and maybe we'll give it to them. But then there's probably a list that's like, yeah, they're just not capable. They're not ready to handle a large 2-round tournament sequence like this. So I'm saying all that to lay out back to this format. So we say there's 28 at-large teams that the committee yesterday had to decide on. Not completely accurate. So this year it worked out there's only 24 at-large that got it.
That were available, I guess?
The 28, they were available at large. But they figured out last weekend already, as they looked at the landscape, 4 teams that had not earned auto bids that could earn auto bids, right, but didn't necessarily earn them. They wouldn't know until actually Tuesday night who those were.
Too late to actually plan the host
exactly.
and all the logistics
so
that go with it.
So
right?
you went. So they had to come up with a plan that said logistically and logically, these teams are going to get in, and then you go, okay, here's the geographical location, and yeah, but let's see if they want to do a site. And I'm not getting all the way down in the weeds about how this works, because there is a bidding process. Just know that. But there are 4 teams that, and if you could go back to your team layout graphic of, we know that did not get auto bids in the 16 pods. There are 4 of those pods that do not represent auto bids. They represent at-large bids, and that was Morningside, Sagu, St. Thomas, and Cumberland's. That's right. That's right. So there were those 4 teams that had to get locked into the logistics part. That it was a lock-in that they were going to get at large at least.
And I just noticed Mid-South only has 1 auto bid, and they gave host sites to Freed, Hardeman, and Cumberland's. So they knew. Yeah. They knew one of those.
I'm glad they gave it to Cumberland's. That's good representation out east. But Cumberland's has a great gym, a great site. I mean, that is a really top-notch place to have a pod. I'm excited.
To go there.
Yeah, I think so. You want to play in a nice gym, and you want to, have a nice venue to when you're not playing. All those things come into play. We won't get tied down with that. Yeah. But I'm glad they gave Cumberland's that, and even though they weren't an at-large. So, they weren't an auto bid. So it can happen. So they already knew 4 of the 28 teams before yesterday. So the important thing to know is yesterday, the 19 members of the committee, the ARC plus
Yeah.
5, I think, or 6.
Yeah, I'm looking. Here, I'll pull it up here.
Yeah, there's a rule book
thing
that you
right
can
here.
just read it and you'll figure it
It's
out.
all dark. Very
All right,
exciting
so
stuff
but
here
they're
in a
yeah. So 19 voters to determine the final 28, or in this case, last night they met to figure out who were the final 24 at-large bids, and that has got to be a grueling task. Grueling.
Hours and hours
yeah.
going over all these teams.
I feel like the
season.
bubble was really large this year.
Man,
What do you think?
It
On the
feels like it
at-large,
just because, like,
Was the
when
do you think the bubble was small or large?
Oh, enormous, because this year we had so many teams
Yeah.
with 8 or 9, 10 losses, and you're trying to rank these losses or
Yeah.
the wins that they have. They're 19 and 10. Oh, they don't even have 20 wins.
Yeah.
Oh, but half those losses are against teams in the top of the RPI. Oh, well, that's true.
Yeah.
And you're doing that times 70 teams, maybe?
At least.
Because
No,
you have, was it
maybe
36 autos? Yeah.
75, 80.
You're going down to the top 100 teams,
Yeah,
basically.
let's just say that.
And evaluating, well, that's and it's amazing. 100 out of 226. It's 40%.
Okay. Well,
That's a lot
and I'm sure the
to be
question out, and I'm sure the question to those that may be just getting into understanding how the NAIA works and all that. All right, why is it so complicated? Why? And it's because, and I'm gonna just give you the simple version of this. The NAIA represents mostly small colleges. That's a given. And some of the things that come with small colleges, the lack of budget, lack of monies it's not like the bigs, man. They just have an endless pot of money to pull from the boosters club, and it doesn't work that way down in the small college world. And these guys have to raise money. I mean, to do what they do, I can't. I did this in the episode 1 of this season, but the hat has to just go off and thank the coaches and the ADs. It is complicated to play in the NAIA when it comes to postseason. You have to raise your money. You have to do a lot of things that many bigger school coaches would never even have to think about. So that's just one of many things that are on your coach's plate. So, hug your coach today, because they deserve it. And and especially the ones that are on the bubble and trying to figure this out, because it doesn't give them a whole lot of time to get monies together. And of course, your ADs feel the pressure, and your presidents of the colleges. And it's a big deal. And you don't want to miss out, and you just got to figure it out, right? But it's still a lot of stress.
It's a
lot of
stress.
stress.
You talk about this. The logistics are complicated.
Yeah.
Much less the actual competitive part of
All right.
scouting and all
All right,
it takes to go to this tournament.
We just took a little farm to market road off the main road. All right, let's get back to the main road. And the reason we point that out is when the 19 the selection committee of 19 guys are voting, they take a lot of this into consideration. And they know the landscape of which they have to work with. And just sending teams, putting them in the actual correct spot, and geographically, it's not Carolina flying them out to Arizona to because that is they got the number 1 or number 2 seed, and they deserve that area. It's just the way it works. If you want to get it doesn't work quite like that here, and they have to keep in mind how budgets work and how much pressure are they putting. Now there are some teams that have developed a way that they can get across country and they have the money, but very few. But they're known, and those teams that do that, they do that kind of willingly as well. So you'll see a couple cross country trips, but very, very few, and nothing like the Blue Dots have to do. So you got to keep that really on the front burner when you consider all the the things that are going into this melting pot of trying to figure out who these final 28, 24 teams are going to be, right? And that's why we say it's extremely complicated. This is no easy. It is hard enough if you could just straight up get the numbers and pick the teams to be in the right seeds. It would just be hard. But then when you throw that single instance of you got to protect these colleges and protect their budgets and things like that, just know that is a very taxing and almost impossible layer to really put the whole puzzle together. So hats off to the selection committee. We're going to give them a hard time. Don't get me wrong, because I'm gonna be a pundit. I'm going to be very opinionated. And but keep in context, I do know what the real deal is, and I do understand that this is not an easy job. This is nothing about sports entertainment and opinion host and things like that are ever to be personal. It's just a broader picture to try to get some water cooler talk and get a buzz going for these. But I have tremendous respect for the leadership of the NAIA and the coaches, the ADs. I just can't. It's anything I say would be an understatement about how good a job they do to make this whole thing work. So just please keep that in mind as we go forward and we start harping on teams that should be in, shouldn't be in. It's all, kind of splitting hairs. There are some obvious, and then there's a lot of bubble teams that could be in, that will get in and maybe shouldn't have got in. That's just opinion from us. So we're exercising that. All right. So that was, I guess, my diatribe there, to just keep things real. All right, James, let's dive in. Let's dive into like who are the usual. Well, first of all, we got to identify who are the auto bid teams. So let's find the auto bid teams.
Right. So I put together this here. So we threw each arc from the west to the southeast. Here are the 6 arcs, and you kind of see the logos there of the conferences, but you can see in 2 columns the auto bids and the at-large. Now, these are at-large, just we are projecting these teams could be an at-large. There are about 70, 71 teams on here, so there are teams on here that will not make it to the tournament at all. So, but This is just a good way to look at it. Auto mean they're going in. It doesn't matter what their record is. They could be 0-26. If they're on auto bid, they're going. At large, and there's no really ranking to any of this. It's alphabetical by conference. They're in the list. So we can start breaking it down. John, where do you want to start here?
Well, let's talk about, I think the usual suspects are who they are, right? You kind of figured this the way. So I think an interesting perspective is, let's look at who stole a at-large bid.
Oh.
Because that happened.
Goodness. We had
and
some
it did happen. It did happen. Peru State. Let's go to Peru.
Heart of America, yeah.
Yeah, Heart of America. Peru State stole an at-large bid by winning their conference tournament.
Man,
and
what a run. And they beat Mid-America Nazarene to do it. I mean, a top team in the country.
Crazy.
Top 15.
I mean, and MNAS has just been on a roll. Like, they are really good. They are really, really good.
Here's what I love about Peru State's run from Missouri Valley, Mid-America, and then Baker. They won their games by 4 points, 4 points, and 3 points. Close games all the way, but they found the way to win. That's I mean, how many coaches say that? They actually went and did it, proving if you can do it. And in Hart, second team or the second auto bid is the tournament champion. They're going. And
it wasn't that
in the season.
It wasn't that long
let me look it up.
ago that Peru State actually they won the national championship, and I think they did it the same way. I don't know if they stole an at large, but they were fairly they were a bubble team, and you guys fact check me on that. But that is what I remember. And they won the whole thing. And that is something that makes the NAIA tournament so special and so exciting and thrilling. I think it's better than the big, NCAA tournament because this is an Ironman contest. This tests you at every level of this tournament. It is slightly easier than it used to be because the Kansas City rep, you get a little bit of a break this time. It used to be the top 32, and now it's top 16. So there's one less game in 7 days. So I think you got to win four games in 6 days. Is that how it works? But it's still a lot. It's still an Ironman test. There they are. Oh, that's cool.
5. But yeah, and so they do have 20 wins now in the season. They're 20-11, so not bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad.
They would not have gotten in otherwise.
Not at all, because they were 17-11, fifth in their conference, I believe.
Yeah.
Not super high. We do have one game winner from the tournament that I need to bring in here quick. Let's see here. Oh, I guess I have it slowed down right now. Hang on a second. This was in the semifinals against with Grayson Baker.
Okay.
Yeah, let me bring the audio up here. I can find it. There it is.
Hits it from the corner.
Re-roll it.
Sorry, guys. That was my bad.
The inbounder.
I mean, Baker's down 1
I love these.
overtime. We're in
Magoob gets the
overtime.
ball. Magoob finds Henry, turns, shoots, hits it from the corner. The fading three, and
is such a hard
Baker
shot to
is
hit.
hosting the Hart Tournament Championship on Monday night.
Against Peru State.
Ty Henry will guard the
Wow,
inbounder.
look at this play.
That's fun.
That's just.
And Magoob gets
I
the
mean,
ball. Magoob finds Henry, turns, shoots, hits it from the corner. The fading three, and Baker.
If you're a coach, aren't you a little bit like, I don't know if I wanted that shot?
Well, you got to get one off.
Only
So
1
he
second.
didn't have much time.
1 second, yeah, not at all.
So you
But
take what
Peru
you get.
State, Peru State, they are definitely a surprise from this year.
That's fun.
And then,
We've had quite a few buzzer beaters. We probably
we
need to
have.
get back to that. All right, so let's see. They stole one.
Loyola is probably the biggest one.
Oh yeah. From Southern states.
Southern States, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that,
Loyola.
They won not long ago. I mean, they're getting a pretty storied franchise as far as NAIA.
So they beat Life. This
They beat
didn't
Life.
get filled out. So
No,
they obviously won. So
they did.
did
And
they
there's-
beat Southern or?
They beat Tennessee Southern.
Okay.
In a huge upset. I mean,
Man, and I've been high on Tennessee Southern all year. These tournaments, man, they're different than the season. They're so different, and you cannot sleep for 1 second at all.
with that tournament run, they are 14-17 on the season. So they entered the conference tournament
Wow.
11-17. They run the table.
Not a chance.
They're still 139 in the CSPI, the lowest of any of the auto bids by a fairly sizable margin.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Um,
Wow. So they still won. Anyone else?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe not Bellevue.
Bellevue won though. They won outright. Although North Star is a little down. So
Maybe Philander Smith, I guess.
Philander
would be the other
Smith, yeah.
one.
They weren't. They probably
They
weren't
were,
going.
Yeah, golf. Yeah.
The best, they were at the very edge of the bubble. I can't remember thinking that they were getting in.
Smith, yeah.
So good for these teams, man. That's what
Congratulations.
makes this time really, really special.
That is what
is
makes it fun.
Yeah, absolutely, and
It's
that's
like
why.
studying for your SAT and getting a great score, even though
No.
you didn't study at all in high school, and you get
Yeah.
to get that. Good.
So this is why you argue for get a tournament winner in. Now, if it's your only bid, I don't know that's for the conference auto bid. That's the best way,
Yeah.
but I'm glad it's kind of in there. It does make this fun, and there is more parity in the NAIA than not.
Yeah.
Now you have your top layer, and then it kind of goes all the way down to parity.
Yeah.
So, and which is most teams. It's very thick.
I'll say one other team, maybe you say they snuck in, is a Washington Adventist in the Continental.
They were clear cut second.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they will be one of the lower seeds at the end of the day. But
I anticipate 16.
So I don't know if that counts, but that's definitely one of those auto bids that will be on the lower part of the bracket. They'll probably have a really tough. If they're not 16, I don't think they're any higher than 15, and they'll be playing some tough teams.
Yeah, the Continental is an independent league that is really a broad nationwide conference of independent schools that are not they're just not associated with any other of the 20 conferences, right?
And
they're all over. And these guys are used to traveling, so that's why you would maybe see. I mean, as good as Florida College is, they are. There's no way they're not on the host site list or in it. There's really no Florida. There's one Florida pod, and Florida College is going to travel. They're not going down to St. Thomas.
Yeah.
So no matter where they get ranked, they're going to make a trip, a significant trip. And
it's a good point, though. They are used to the travel.
Washington Business. I think these guys are kind of used to it. So the way the committee would look at it is, well, they're in the independent league. Those guys travel a lot, so we don't feel as bad for giving them. The air flight up to Idaho or whatever, out to. Well, let's talk about the sites. Do you have a graphic that shows the sites?
Sure do.
All right, there we go.
So it's all over. Montana Tech College of Idaho at the top. They're at the top left corner of the country. Arizona Christian bottom left. That's most everything. West of say Texas, Oklahoma. Those are their three sites. West Coast, none in California. In spite of having there are a lot of NAIA teams in California, but that's kind of there in the middle of the country. You have those two. Notice that there's Wichita and Salina, Kansas, if I'm saying that right. It's the two.
I think it's Salina.
Salina, that's right. They're the only two that don't have a single, they don't have this team associated with this site. So you guys, there's 16 sites here. All of them have a school except for those two. Now, potential hosts are going to be Kansas Wesleyan, Oklahoma Wesleyan, and I guess the other would be, well, I guess Langston is also in there. Oklahoma.
So
not that, but
I do not know this for absolute fact, but as I've kind of studied past trends and how it works, it is my belief that Salina or Wichita, probably Wichita because it's a little bigger, and I forget what school is that Southwestern in Kansas? No. Wichita. Come on, I can remember this. I think it's Friends. For some reason, I want to say Friends, but Friends University. I believe they're in that Wichita area.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's probably going to be at their place. And I would say they're going to send a number 1 seed there, which this year it's either going to be a 1 or 2. It's going to be a high, one or two.
Yeah.
So this year we'll get into some prognostication, but really quickly, I think that would be Oklahoma Wesleyan this year. So that Oklahoma Wesleyan will not get their auto bid number 1 seed. They'll be the only number 1 seed that doesn't get a home. I think that's right. That probably won't get
unless they give it to Indiana
home
Wesleyan.
court.
That'd be the only way. Because Indiana Wesleyan is hosting.
Okay, let's save that for just a second. We'll go back to that. But it is my belief that Oklahoma Wesleyan will probably get that Wichita, which I think is the main Kansas site, and then the Salina site will
that's Kansas
probably.
Wesleyan. That's like their.
That's home. Okay, yeah, they have to be there. So they have to be there.
See, I don't know why they don't say Kansas Wesleyan on here though. Like, I'm kind of curious why it just says Kansas.
That is
Wesleyan.
interesting. We need to ask that question to the people that know things.
If anyone knows, put it in the live chat.
Yeah.
We have a couple watching. So.
Yeah, or tweet at us or get in my DM.
Yeah.
So there's that. All right. So those are the 16 what we would call pods. Those 16 pods will represent a totality of 4 brackets: the Naismith bracket, the Dewar bracket, the Liston bracket, and the Kramer. So if it follows suit, I believe Naismith is what they would call the ultimate number 1 seed. The Dewar is the ultimate number 2 seed. The Liston is the number 3, I believe. Again, you guys feel free to correct me. And then the Kramer is the number 4. So historically, Naismith has played Kramer 1 versus 4. That's I kind of did the logic on it, and that's what I think. That's what I think is how they get to it. So 1 plays 4 in the final 4, and so that would be Naismith, Kramer, and then the other 2 are 2 and 3. So Dewar 2, Liston 3. All right. I'm kind of recanting it for myself because fairly new acquisition of information for me. So those are the 16 pods that will ultimately determine through rounds 1 and 2 to get to round 3. Round 3 starts the significant 16. We can't say the sweetest 16. I didn't say the other word. I said the sweetest 16, which I guess we could call it that, the sweetest 16.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the NAIA lands on as far as how they call that, but it is the final
Super
16.
but sweetest
Super 16. Okay, yeah, I like it. And that is going to be the everybody under one roof at the Kansas City Municipal Auditorium, I believe. And that is, ultimately the biggest first part of goal is get there. So you got to win rounds 1 and 2 at the host pod site, which there's 16 of them. And those, we just showed you where those were. And you can't have a pod site without the home team being at that pod site. So there's 16 givens. We know where 16 of them are playing, right? So that reduces it down to 48. So now we got to figure out where the 48 are playing. And so as an exercise, yeah, there is. Luckily, I like math. So I don't want to say I'm good at it, but I like it. Do we have a way to kind of see if we can determine where the 48 teams are going to land?
Yeah, we can definitely build out a little. So I started a little bit. So
the problem is we don't know what the seed is. We know where a team is going to be. 16 of them, right?
Yeah.
So there are 16 teams where we know they will play.
Yeah. So we feel pretty good. Grace will play Washington and Venice first round. But that's your 116.
Okay, all right. But there's 4 16s, right? So are they going to be considered the actual 64th team in the whole dance there?
I feel like the NAIA goes so much with travel, possibly shortening the travel for the teams and making it as affordable as possible.
That's a long trip, though. I mean, that's Washington State.
Oh, they're Washington State. That's right. Oh my goodness.
That is my understanding. Yeah. So Washington State got to go all the way to now again they're in the Continental Conference.
No. Yeah, they're Maryland. Yeah.
Oh, they are Maryland.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I thought they were out in Washington State.
I was about to say, that is.
So Indiana is a lot closer to Washington.
Yeah, that's not too bad from
DC?
Virginia to Indiana. That's horrible.
No, that's a good trip. So I could see that. I definitely could see that. Yeah. I feel like they're going to be 16 no matter what. It's just that seems as logical or the closest spot. But again, we don't know where all we know Grace because they're number 1. We know Langston because they're number 2. Yeah. We feel like it's it's going to be College of Idaho is the other one, so that's out in Indiana. So we're just doing deduction, like deductive reasoning here, and I would like to think that the logic and consistency would go to Oklahoma Wesleyan being a number 1 seed. They should be a number 1 seed. They earned it, and that would put the Wichita, Kansas site as a number 1. And the way it works is one plays 16. So there's 4 teams in each FOD. The number 1 seed will play the number 16 seed, and then is it
215. Oh, they'll play 8-9.
No,
in their
8-9. 8-9 goes to where 1-16 is. So, man, you can already see how complicated this gets. So
it really does.
Who's going to be 8-9? Like, there's 4 teams that are going to be in the 8 seed, and there's going to be 4 teams that are going to be in a 9 seed, and that's good. That represents all your total of the middle of the pack type teams. So I'm saying GPAC, I think is very middle of the pack type stuff. So I would imagine some GPAC teams will show up in those number 1 sites, and number 2. Although you got to consider Morningside they got to host. So what's the top seed they're not going to be? Surely with Hastings winning, no way Morningside could be the top seed. So they can't be the 4th seed. Could they? I guess they could. That's the top 16. So if you're 4, you're 16, 15, 14, 13. You got to be kind of in that ranking area. That would be a little generous to give Morningside, but they are hosting. Do they get top seed at their venue? What do you guys think? Possibly. I could kind of see it happening. I think Hastings deserves it, though, but they're not hosting, right?
Correct, they are not.
And you wouldn't want to
Morningside
send
and Northwestern
Hastings
are
to
hosting.
Morningside. I would hate to see that happen because they play each other a dozen times during the year, it seems like. So where do you put a Hastings? Man, it is complex.
There's a
It
lot
is
of
complex.
spots on here.
The number 2 team in, let's just, since you got Oklahoma Wesleyan, I think they will be what we call the Kramer bracket. And they're going to play Philander Smith?
I picked it.
Maybe Loyola.
Ooh, Loyola.
No, well,
You're right. Loyola would probably be playing Grace then. Loyola's the lowest.
I don't know. But remember, geography also plays into it. So,
Loyola, they're in Louisiana, pretty close to.
I think I would send Loyola to the Kramer to
Loyola
play
Kramer.
Oklahoma Wesleyan. Philander Smith. Actually, Philander Smith, aren't they in Arkansas?
They're in Arkansas, yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty
That's
close
pretty
to that
close
Oklahoma,
to Oklahoma. Yeah. No, I think
Kansas
you might be
area.
right. And then, but
And
you
then
would have to.
Washington to Grace makes sense. That makes sense now if you're thinking about those 3. Yeah.
Yeah, but then who goes to Idaho? Who gets
Someone's
the
gonna
unlucky
have to
draw
travel.
to go all the way out there?
Boy, let me look at the. Let's see here.
It's going to be between Washington and Venice, Philander Smith, Loyola, and
St. Catherine.
St. Cat's. Nah, they can't be 16.
I know it's low, but it does make sense for them to College of Idaho. That's definitely the shortest trip.
Man, I would disagree with putting them at 16. They're too good of a team to have to make College of Idaho have to play round 1. I think College of Idaho wins, but still, man, that's one of those. That's one of those bracket buster teams.
Someone coming on YouTube. Roosevelt is the higher seed coming to Morningside.
Okay, fair. I can see that. I think I can see that.
They won their conference and the conference tournament outright. They're
Yeah.
League would be, but man,
That's
Roosevelt,
logical.
What seed are you putting them at, John? Like 2, 3, 4? Where are they at? And
Man, if you give that pod the 3 seed for Roosevelt, that means they got to be 9, 10, 11, or 12. Okay, all right, let's just go with that. So Roosevelt, that would put Morningside at, if I do the math on that right, is 6 seed, right? I think it's 3, 6,
Yep.
11, 14.
4. Let me see here.
It's 3, 6, 11, 14, I believe. So you
Yes,
could
in that
give
pod, right?
you could
11, 3 plays 14,
you could
yeah.
legitimately say Morningside is that 6 seed. All right, fair. Yeah, because you don't have to be to host. You don't have to be the top seed. I don't see any reason why that needs to be a thing.
So you're gonna say?
Oh well, we know that Sagu's hosting, and there's no way they're going to be top seed. So
No way.
they just have a great venue. Which I think they would be similar to hosting a 3, 6, 11, 14 pod. Yeah, I can see that. I can see Roosevelt coming in at 3. I don't know. What do you think? You guys weigh in. We're going to kind of maybe slowly build this out.
Yeah. So
I did see Hoops Report. They put their together, and he says, I mean, obviously you can see how complicated this is. So no one's really. I think his aim was to just try to get the right teams in, maybe, but
yeah, definitely.
he had to just put numbers on it. So like, there's no way I could. Freed Hardeman does. There's no way I could give them one. Just no way.
No way.
There's absolutely no way.
23-5, I believe, on the season. Let me double check.
Yeah.
Hardeman. Yeah, 26-4. 26-4. And you were saying
No.
Oklahoma Wesleyan, they are 29-2.
Yeah, I mean, like there's no Oklahoma Wesleyan all the way. No way Freed Hardeman.
Freed had a good season. Their losses were against very
To
good
be
teams.
honest with you, I mean, they are in Mid-South. I'm not knocking the conference, but it's small, and I think they're at best 2, maybe 3 material.
Oh, I think they're 2. I think they're at least 2.
I can go with that. Definitely not 1 though. Anyway, but again, he's just kind of aiming with shotgun pellets. I don't feel like he even thinks that or whoever's doing this is got the actual numbers correct. But it is, you just kind of have to blast make a big blast there and just hope that you kind of get it right. Are there any teams on his that you don't think will make it?
Man. Yeah, Kieran, want to hop in the live chat. Teams on here that won't be making it. I'm trying to look here. 16. Yeah, see, 16, those are all auto bids down there. Washington Adventist, Bellevue, St. Cat, Loyola. Jessup at 15. Man, I don't know. Oh yeah. Wait,
That one
Life?
makes me giggle.
Wait, how's Life in at 14? Hold on a second. I don't think they're an auto bid. They're in the southeast. Life? Wait, no. They're not even on.
Yeah, they're not on the radar. I don't think they make it. So there's one.
That one. I'll look here.
I kind of like that whole Madonna bracket he
21-9.
created
That's
there.
horrible.
He's got Roosevelt at 5. That might be a tad low, but that is at the Michigan site.
Yeah. See, this is the tricky thing.
Wait.
It's not-
Refresh my memory. Roosevelt, Chicagoland, right?
Correct. They won
So
Chicago.
Madonna is whack.
Right.
So they don't play each other. All right, I like it. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shawnee State at
And Central,
12.
okay, that's interesting. That pod, if that's
Roosevelt.
how it turns out, those are 3 conference.
I wanna watch
tournament,
that pod.
and regular season winners between Madonna.
Yeah, okay.
Madonna, Central,
Fair.
Roosevelt. That's a lot.
Yeah. I think
Packed a lot.
Shawnee State is not bad. So, that would be one of those deathly 5-12 matchups.
Ooh, interesting. Here, check this out.
I kind of hope that
Roosevelt
one's
played
right.
at Madonna this year. I forgot about that.
All right, what
So
was the score?
That'd be bad.
Who won?
We're
What's
gonna
the
pull it
score?
up. I'm gonna pull it up. Let's see here.
All right. If you could put me back into at least a hoops report,
Yeah,
or that one, it doesn't matter. I just want to stare at
yeah.
like where things should
Live,
go.
yeah, I don't know about that, but otherwise, yeah, the rest are all.
I think Cumberland's at 2 might be a little. I think Freed
Shreveport
Hardeman
getting in.
goes to 2.
Shreveport's getting in. You good with that? At 12, I mean they're in the 12 seeds, but Shreveport Kaiser, they're on the bubble.
Okay, tell me
That's-
this: does he have Texas College in?
He does. Yeah, he has them.
All right,
at
that's-
13 with, top right side, Orange City, Iowa.
Okay, as long as Texas
Northwestern.
College is in there.
Well, they have to, I guess.
They got the auto.
They got the auto, yeah.
Okay,
'Cause they
yeah,
got
yeah,
that
yeah.
second arc.
They should be in there no matter what. If and I know most people don't know, and especially when it comes to Red River or whatever. Let me tell you something. Texas College is scary. Like they're a
Yeah.
bracket buster type
They
team.
are.
Like nobody
Northwestern, you gotta be
knows.
careful
Nobody
because
knows.
that's how it's
We
gonna go.
we kind of know because we're in the Dallas area, so we got to beat on this southwest and kind of whole south area a little better than maybe others. So Texas College, very scary. No one wants to play them.
So looking up, Roosevelt beat Madonna 83-66 back in early November. Roosevelt was up 46-26.
They were on a roll back then. Remember? I mean,
They were.
Roosevelt was just dominant. I don't think. I mean, they had a
the
great
credit,
season.
they've only lost
Yeah.
4 all year.
Yeah,
So
no,
that's
they-
what I'm
they-
saying. I think that's top 2
Two?
material, really. I think them and Freed Hardeman, both 4 losses on the year. That's
Well,
not bad.
we're pretty high on Madonna, and Madonna, I'm definitely good with Madonna at 4. They could be 3. They could be 3, but there's a
Two's
lot
probably
of
reaching a bit
no, not 2,
for
not
Madonna.
2. Yeah, not 2 for Madonna.
I'm saying
So
that'd be
that's why
reaching-
I was
it'd be
gonna say-
reaching to put them at 2. That'd be a
Oh,
little
absolutely
much.
not.
Yeah,
No.
a little far.
I'm not even on the train to put Roosevelt at 2. So Roosevelt's best could be 3. I think you could make a case for Madonna at 3, 4. So I kind of like that. If you're pushing to geographically locate someone, the Madonna Roosevelt at 5. I get it. I get why they would do that. I don't know that they don't deserve a 5 seed, but sometimes you can't help it just because of geographical challenges. So I wouldn't really look at them as a true 5 seed, but I do like the way he constructed that particular pod. He's got Langston playing Bellevue at 16.
Yeah, he has Bellevue. Yeah, they got that auto out of the North Star.
There's no way I put Bellevue at 16.
You know what's interesting? I just noticed at the 9 seed, Liston bracket, number 9, Carroll. Carroll's on the bubble. I don't think they're a lock to get in out of Frontier. Montana Tech is, where did he
No.
put them at 4, didn't he?
Man, that is really low for Florida
Yeah, he had them
College
at
too.
5, and they
At
split.
8. They're one of the most flexible teams, so I think
It's
8's
probably
pretty
low.
low.
Yeah, you're right.
St. Cat's, no way you put them at 16. I mean, I
You
get,
good with Florida College at 6, maybe?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Florida College is definitely a 16.
You said Freed Hardeman's a 2, right?
Yeah.
Hardeman at a 2
Freed
somewhere.
Hardeman too.
Okay, they had Florida Memorial at 2 here.
Mm-mm.
That's
Mm-mm. Like that's a disservice to Florida Memorial.
just hit him with that's not happening. That's not happening.
Well,
Okay, how about Cumberland's at 2? You good with that?
where does he have Florida men playing?
He has them in the at Waxahachie.
In Sagu?
Yeah.
No way. No, you're not sending Florida men there. There's no way. No,
He also
yeah.
has. I see. He has the 2. He has Sagu down at 10.
Okay, I know you're. I mean,
That's
you
tough.
speak for
Georgetown
yourself, but I'm gonna say
first round.
I don't think you're big on Jessup. So, but I'm gonna just
not.
tell you, I'm just the way this particular construct is. Jessup is more than a 15. So, Florida Mem Jessup,
Well,
man,
hold
that
on.
is a
Hold
terrible
on.
2-15
Weber
matchup.
at 11. Hold on.
Weber doesn't get in. Weber doesn't get in.
11?
No, Weber doesn't get in.
No. You're right. Okay, I'm with you now. Yeah, for sure. Jessup is too low in this. If these are the 16.
Well, I'm just saying, if you got a 2, that's a terrible 2-15 matchup. Like that is. I think those teams are much closer. What does CSPI say? I don't know if you can
pull it up.
look at that real quick. But what's the point spread
Florida
on?
Memorial is number 28. They're at 451.
Okay, 451.
Score, and then Jessup is 79. They have a 344.
What's the score though?
344.
So, 45 and 34.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually not as crazy as I thought originally.
That is 11. That's
Jessup's 18 and 11.
So, if you scale it logarithmically, they're pretty close. They're pretty close.
Okay.
They're not as close as I thought they would be, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But
the numbers are.
where did Jessup finish in Golden State? Right.
Yeah. Let me look it up. Golden State men's basketball standings. Let's see if I can. Jessup is 5th. They were 8-6 in conference, 18-11 overall.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of see why. I kind of see why he's putting them at
Ottawa
15.
at 10. He's Ottawa at 10. Where's Hope International?
Where did Ottawa finish?
Ottawa's 4th in the conference. Let me see if I can bring this on screen.
Yeah, we're not very high on GSAC this year.
I feel like we're in the minority though on that. It definitely feels.
But it's funny because for whatever reason, I just don't. Jessup got some decent wins this year, and I think I even overrated the Sun this year. So I think GSAC and the Sun are really close in their comparable matchups. So while it would be a good game, it's almost an unfair round one matchup.
So it's not letting me zoom in here, but Arizona Christian Masters are the autos out of the Arizona Christian is, sorry. Masters is not an automatic, but will likely get a bid. Hope International at 21-9 likely will as well.
Mm.
Ottawa, Jessup, I think only one gets it.
Yeah, so
5 out of a group of 8. They had a very minimal conference schedule. I mean, they only played.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what? It's 14
yeah,
games.
that's
14's
okay.
low.
I kind of see why he would put them at 15 then. Okay. But we're saying like Jessup's a bubble team and probably needs to be bubble popped. So let's take Jessup out. Oh yeah, definitely. At most 4 come from GSAC. But the way their arc works, if you're kind of evenly distributing the West arc, there's just not that many teams in the whole arc.
No, there's not. Well,
And like Cascade, there's it's the top 3 at best, and then there's
in
nobody.
Their arc,
So they're only going to get 3.
See, what hurts them is that their auto bids are some of the weakest as far as Antelope Valley, St. Catherine, not
in the
3 or 4
conference.
seeds.
Antelope Valley and St. Catherine were better.
Aren't. Well, I'm saying like the autos and the at-larges. Like, yeah, you have College of Idaho.
You're talking about the arc, yeah.
And the arc,
Okay.
I'm saying as a whole.
Fair.
Like, it's a lot of mid teams.
Mm-hmm.
There's just
fair.
not compared to say Great Lakes, where you have Grace, Indiana West,
Yeah.
and then your at-large is Cumberland's, which is probably a top 2-3 seed.
That is tough.
So saying out there, they have a lot of teams, but they're aggressively mid, if you will.
Yep.
So I think
Yeah.
they'll get quantity, but they're
Yeah.
not, it's hard to figure out where to put them.
Well, you originally, when we kind of roundtabled this, you pushed Bethel of Indiana out. And I
Because
said, no way. They have to be in.
I think if Jessup gets in, it is tough for Bethel to get in. Like, did he actually have Bethel on his?
Okay, time out.
Yeah.
Bethel versus Jessup. Like in a game.
I'm gonna.
Like, it's not close.
I think it's
that's not close, bro. That's not going to be close.
I don't know. Maybe.
No.
Maybe
Bethel's got to go.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Okay, he has.
You
Bethel
know
at
that's
11.
not true.
Okay. He got 5 in here from Crossroads.
Bethel by 10 men.
And Marion is 7. Yeah. But see, here's the thing though. I have a hard time seeing a path where Arizona Christian, Ottawa, Hope, the Masters, and Jessup get in.
Well, we already
And
took
you get
Jessup
5
out.
out of. I'm saying the scenario that because that's what's in this bracketology right here.
I get
there's
it.
5 from there
But
and
we're
5
we're
from
also
Crossroads. I think only one of them's going to get 5.
the first question was who we taking out.
Yeah.
And we've identified some to take out. I think Jessup's probably one of them. But my original thing was why you got him at 15. I mean, like, I kind of understand, but
I think if they do get in, well, I think it's because its 16s are so locked. I think Loyola,
Yeah.
Washington Adventist, Bellevue, St. Cat's probably the only one that's maybe too low, but I could see where it's not that they
did St.
aren't.
Cat's and Jessup play this year?
Well, we will.
Just look at one. Bring the
Yeah.
schedule up for one of them.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up right now. Okay. Yeah. Man, we missing Zach this episode, man. He was
Yeah.
our research guy. All right, let's see. Does not appear to be.
Yeah, if it wasn't early on, it wasn't. Okay.
They played Montana State, Northern, Southern
Mhm.
Oregon. So a lot of the Cascade teams. Maritime, Oregon Tech. Ooh, that's a close game. 6 points to who just won their conference tournament. Yeah, no, they did not play.
Okay.
I wish
So
that would have been
yeah,
nice.
that would be good. I think well, Jessup has got a few bad losses. I
Can't
don't
lose to
know.
the Academy of Art. That's not a real school. Like, come on.
Easy,
They're not
Chief.
they don't even have the word university. I don't know. They may
Yeah.
have it. They may.
Well, oh well.
Skip
Not a
that.
good loss. Just not a good loss. That was early on. I like to give some benefit of the doubt on early losses, but I probably popped Jess's bubble, and Jessup just doesn't get in.
Yeah, they've
I get
lost
the
a lot.
arc argument, so I'm like seeing a little better why he put them at 15.
See, they were on a run here. They beat the Masters,
I-
Arizona Christian, and Ottawa.
I guess the truth of it is I just really don't. I disagree not with Jessup at 15 as much as I do Florida Mem at 2. There's just no way.
That's
No
a
way
lot.
Florida Men's
So
at
who are
2.
your 2 seeds? You have Freed Hardeman, Indiana Wesleyan, Cumberland's.
Well, they're a good 3 seed. I don't think Cumberland's gets 2.
I think they're 3.
They didn't earn it down the stretch. If they would have did a little bit better down the stretch, I would have definitely been on the train to put them at 2. But
Do you think
Indiana
Montana Tech
Wesleyan,
will get a
Freed
2?
Hardeman, Tennessee Southern, probably 2.
Ooh. Even
Um,
after that loss to Loyola?
Don't put too much into that. That was a bit ridiculous, but that's the one we're going to give them. We give every team one bad loss.
Okay. You give them that?
Yeah, I'm gonna just
So
give
you
them
got
that one.
Freed Hardeman, Indiana Wesleyan, Tennessee Southern, Montana Tech. Maybe.
Man,
Well, he says it's not Florida Memorial, and if I'm looking at his 3s, Arizona Christian, St. Thomas, Morningside, Montana Tech. Of those, who deserves a 2 seed? Unless you're going to go down to MNAS. I don't know.
I can already hear the absolute overwhelming disagreement, but I think I have to put Point Park in there.
What?
Yeah,
Point Park at 2?
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I know. I
Wow.
feel the snowballs being thrown at me.
Wow.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Point Park believers,
Go check the
and
live chat.
I like, man, he's got same area of the woods really low.
Oh, okay. Okay, we got some social comments here. Somebody said Lord's
Lord's?
College. This was about 5 minutes ago.
I mean, I get that. I get it.
Lord's,
They played really well all season. They did really poorly at the end. And so what do you do? What do you do with that? That's information. You go, all right, are they trending down? Did someone get hurt? Is a D2. Bro, they just busted your bubble, bro. That's a D2, man. That's a D2. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's good info.
Robert Forbes is in 20 and 8. Which team were we talking about on that?
Probably Arts. I hope so.
Yeah.
Eat those words, James.
Man.
Yeah, I tell you, too much judge the book by its cover kind of thing there. Like, you just never know. You never know.
I don't know.
They're not all like sitting there drawing. There's a lot of different.
All right, so if I have it right now,
works.
John, you have your 1 seeds as Grace, Oklahoma Wesleyan, Langston College of Idaho. Your 2
Yes.
seeds, Freed, Indiana Wesleyan,
Lock.
Tennessee Southern, and Point Park.
Yes, I think I go with
Right.
that.
3 is your
I think there is an argument to get Lords in 3 or 4.
Lords.
I do. I do think there is an argument for that. They played so well most of the season. There's always in every team's except for Langston and Grace, there is a lull. It's just going to happen, and the lulls are not just one game, just kind of. And I think Lords hit a lull, and towards the end, but there's going to be a nice little break. There's going to be a chance to really carb up, get your legs back under you, and really be ready. And I think a good break does stand to, and I'm speaking theoretically here, but it does stand to help teams like Lords out and make them a little bit stronger. So I'm going to go with that case, and probably Lords at 3 or 4. I don't know where he had them.
All right.
But you pick.
Okay.
Which is top of site, top of pod. If you're 1, 2, 3, or 4, you're going to be the top seed at your pod. That's the way it works. So,
Okay.
I think they had Roosevelt has a similar case there, maybe even a better case. All right, let's go to the mids. Like, who are scary? Who are, like, if you don't get it right, you're going to get some people mad at you, and like, I would not put Huntington and Marion too low. I would have them on the upper side, definitely, because
When
they're
you say upper side, you mean Bethel 8 or higher?
yeah, on the top side of the bracket. No, and I didn't say Bethel, but Marion, Huntington.
Someone's at Jamestown University, so be careful.
They're not coming. Jamestown's not coming. I wish they were, because every time I watched them, I think I was their good luck charm. And by the way, they got a fabulous gym, and it's just a fun watch.
Yeah, it is.
At
It is a nice
Jamestown.
facility.
The Jimmies, I love it. I love everything about them. And I even kind of found that they had a hockey, and I'm not even a big hockey guy, but I started watching their hockey broadcast.
Yeah.
It was fun, man. For whatever reason, I kind of and Jamestown's had a hard
And
year.
Jamestown has a 10-point win over Morningside in December.
2, by the way, 2 times. Yeah.
And 2 wins against Mayville State, who might get in.
I don't. Okay,
They got a win against Concordia, who's definitely in. They're an auto bid.
Yep. They just didn't win enough.
Yeah, beat
They didn't win
Morningside
enough.
twice.
And I wish they did,
Yeah.
because I'd be all in over
Like,
riding that
listen,
horse.
They lost to Hastings by 1 point, Northwestern by 5. Like, just close. Dort by 4.
Yeah.
Or that was a win. But,
Yeah.
close games all the way
Yeah.
through. But, yeah, just the wrong side of it.
Yeah.
Oh, they had to play Morningside in the quarterfinals of GPAC. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and that's the Morningside finally won.
3 times though. That's tough to beat Morningside 3 times in a year. That is tough.
No, that was the one. So there's a lot of parity in that conference.
Who am I nervous to play? I'm a little
Marion, Huntington, Bethel,
Marion, I want
Georgetown. I don't know why you would ever sleep on Georgetown, and never, because they always bust up a bracket. But like they did last year, who did they take out? 1 and 2.
Georgetown, yeah.
Oh man. So yeah, why would you take them for granted?
I know it's a new year. You can't look at past years, but Georgetown's the one team you go.
They just know how to play tournament basketball,
in a different
man.
Quadrant. Yeah, right. They're just a tournament team. I don't know.
Yep.
That's just how it goes.
All right, so
I'm a little nervous about Kansas Wesleyan because they've been all year.
They're going to be at home.
Wesleyan and right, Oklahoma Wesleyan and Southwestern back and forth, especially their final game in the regular season, and everyone had eyes on Southwestern. Tailed off a little bit towards the end of the regular season. Kansas Wesleyan sneaks up to the 2 seed, and Kansas Wesleyan 2 seed in the tournament. They got to the championship game against Oklahoma Wesleyan.
Yeah,
they're playing hot. They're at home. Keep them out. Keep them away. I want them and Marion are the 2 that I'm like, nah.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is a very interesting perspective. I don't think I've put a lot of stock in Kansas Wesleyan, only because they've been so sneaky. Like they've just been really sneaky down the stretch. Teams peak down the stretch. I don't know. You can't just bet against them.
Yeah. Tony said the injuries at Jamestown, but they're healthy now. Too late.
Interesting.
But
yeah.
You feel
I
bad.
wish, man. I wish. I really wish they could get in. I just don't see any path.
How about Cornerstone? You want Cornerstone?
Scary.
Scary. Okay, but I think the thing with Cornerstone is they know how to. They are from the little bit I've watched this year. They shoot quick. Like they will shoot. They are not afraid to shoot from anywhere on the court. If you can play some strong perimeter defense, that's the key.
I think that they're going to run into matchup problems, though. So, the big thing, and we really haven't talked about this.
They might be matchup favorite against a very good team. It's possible.
I don't think so.
Depends who they get.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they get they go downhill the closer it gets to the mirror, right? Okay. So it's those little feisty teams like Huntington, Sagu.
Like a Sagu that has a win against Langston, right?
Teams that can really ugly the game up, which is there's no one better at getting the game more ugly than Oklahoma Wesleyan. That's just the way it works. I mean, for them, they will just defense you to death, and they will discourage you. At those,
they take.
Of course, it's not fair because they're number one. They're number one seed, so it's not really fair to compare them to Cornerstone. But Cornerstone will get. If the team looks like them, they're not going to be in favor. It's when the team kind of gets opposite of them, they begin to thrive a little bit. Not as straightforward. The problem with Bethel is they had the same problem. Like, they don't do well against big teams that look like them. They need to have just a different, an opposite type of matchup. Point Park is interesting. They're kind of a very straightforward team that will just play the game that you give them, and they'll be in it. And if they kind of live, if you can give them a chance in the last 2 minutes, they just know how to pull it off somehow. They just do. So that's what's scary about them. They're never going to get blown out. You're not going to they're not going to hit this situation where they're going to get just tossed out. So they're a very reasonable number 2.
We have gone too far without mentioning the other team, the River States, who might be scary.
Well, that's what I was leading up to that.
Okay,
so St. Mary of the Woods, I think, is incredibly scary. No one has watched them. No one knows what they're about. And we picked their center to be on our CSN all team. Now we were picking true positional positions, not just the 5 top players there is, but who's the best point guard, who's the best 2 guard, 3 guard, 4 guard, 4 man, 5 man.
Well,
And
today's basketball sometimes.
yeah, sometimes. But to me, outside of Elijah Malone, they have like the best true center in the game. He can do a lot of really great paint protection, defensive stuff, and he tends to help them with the extra possession on when they miss on offense.
Yeah.
So big cat, much longer than he looks, he looks very tall. He just is super helpful for the way they gameplay. So I don't think anyone. I think they should have beat that. This is where I'm talking about Point Park. St. Mary of the Woods should have won that championship game. They should have. They had it. They should have won. But Point Park just doesn't go down easy. And they've been pretty consistent about them this year, so you got to give it to them. This is also their last year in the NAIA. So they will not be playing anymore. So maybe that's a little extra incentive that you can throw in the locker room that says, hey, this is our last go at it, guys. So I think both of those teams, Point Park and St. Mary Woods, are scary. If you put them at 2, then you go, well, not so scary because they're a number 2. But I don't know that anybody really takes them that seriously. So there you have it on that eastern kind of corridor front. I don't see any GSAC team being scary. Could you say Oregon Tech maybe?
Let me pull up.
Maybe they don't get taken as seriously as you should. I think I'm saying the GSAC teams, I don't see anybody in GSAC that is scary.
Yeah, they used up their scary quota last year with Ottawa.
Yeah, which was a great run, by the way. I don't see that happening again with them.
I'm not going to sleep on Arizona Christian, but
they're going to get a 3 or 4 spot.
I wouldn't be surprised if 3, 4
somewhere up there. They'll get a top seed in a pod, probably their pod. Well, they're going to be in their own. They are hosting, so all right. By far the best team there. But if you go up to Cascade, you go, okay, College of Idaho, they're not scary anymore. They are who we think they are. Lewis and Clark, good tournament team. Good tournament team.
Sometimes, man.
But Oregon Tech evidently is a good tournament team this year. And we watched a good bit of that game. So I think I put them in the scary category.
Yeah, they were playing pretty well.
That they're not going to get ranked super high or seeded very high.
For the double team, throws it right out for a wide open Cam Osborne 3, and he buries it.
But they hit like this highlight reel, so many threes.
Trailing by 2. Skip it far corner. Osborne from there, his 3 up and down, and Oregon Tech's got the lead back. 23-22 down to Shivers. Long pass.
Yeah, I mean they can run the floor, but it's swing out, hit threes. If
I mean, you got to hit the threes, right?
If they're hitting threes, it's going to be a long game.
Yeah.
And this is in College of Idaho. You notice the fans aren't standing because they keep hitting that all game long. Yeah.
Mm.
Now, I'll skip to the end here because it does look a little bit. They hit so many threes. Oh, too far there. Just clutch. You see the fans are standing, hitting clutch shots. Again, good tournament teams do that.
All right, so here's the thing. If that's the only way they can win, they've suddenly become not so scary to me.
And this one, they don't show it.
Yeah, they don't show.
Yeah, but
so
so much fun.
Like over a long tournament like this, if that's what you're counting on to win, you're not going to go very far. Those teams just notoriously don't make it far. You got to have other game. But they did. You showed the
Yeah.
3 clips,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they actually
There's a
played
lot
really
more to
well
it. They
inside.
did.
Inside. So
It was a tough
I haven't
game.
watched them enough this year, but they don't have a bad record. They seem to have some good wins, and the losses didn't seem to be abnormal. So
They were definitely one of the more consistent teams all year. versus
yeah.
other
So
schools where
it
you're
depends
like,
on where they get seated, but if they get on that
Do you
bottom
feel like
half,
you think they get a 4? Or you
Not
think they're
that
more
high,
like,
no.
How high you think they get? 6? 5?
7, 8.
Ooh, 7, 8. I think they're going to be a little higher.
I mean, I
because
think
they were
they
top
should be.
25. I mean, throughout the year in the polls, I mean, top 25. That's
That's
top
Coach's
6,
Bowl,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they just
I was
did
thinking
beat,
seven.
so that there was some time to think about it. So you're right. They could get up there. I think I put them at maybe 7, 6
7.
high. 7 is probably where they belong.
And then
I
Lawrence-
wouldn't want to see them go to. They might want to go to College of Idaho. Like you just saw, they shot the lights out there, so they might like the gym.
True.
But I don't know.
Bring us
if,
back. We
Do
know how
you
to
really
win
want to try to go through College of
there. I
Idaho to
don't.
get to Kansas
Nope.
City?
Nope.
Um,
I'd rather pick. I would rather.
especially
play College of
after
Idaho
you
in
just
Kansas
beat
City.
them. Yeah, I don't know.
Nah.
So that'll be interesting to see where they get. They could be scary.
About a
I mean,
26
like I don't even
26.
think the sun doesn't. No one's scary there.
in the sun.
Yeah,
No one. To me,
like
they're-
if you were going to ride a long
Man.
shot, like Kaiser maybe, but
See,
I
that's
don't
the
even.
thing. Kaiser does scare me a little bit if they get in. Like any of those teams, if they get in, they scare me just because.
Well, they've got
They're the teams
a
that can
really
beat-
top tier player.
But see,
So-
they could beat College of Idaho in one game, and the next game lose to Central Baptist.
I
Like
don't know.
it could happen. I'm not saying the teams are bad. Just I don't know which team I'm going to get in that conference. It was tight all year. They're going back and forth.
That's quite the bipolar there.
It is. Man, it's that Central Baptist might be a little much. But my point being, they could beat one of the top 2 seeds. I could see it happening. Doesn't Florida Memorial beating a top 3 seed and then losing to a 7 or 8 seed makes total sense to me this year.
They're
think
not
so.
beating a top 3 seed.
They're not going to be any top 3. No Sun team will have a win over a top 3 seed.
The St. Thomas, if they come in and play their best basketball, that is the best team in the Sun, and they can like wreck it up a little bit, especially because they're going to have home court
Yeah,
advantage
but let's
first
say
2
St. Thomas
rounds.
gets matched up with Madonna, which we've talked about being like a 3 seed. You're saying that's not possible? I mean, I think it's possible. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm just saying if it happened, I'd be like, okay, that makes
Well,
sense.
in Kansas City,
No, I was saying in their pod. Like, let's say
that'd be
St.
an
Thomas
interesting
ends
game
up in the
actually.
pod with-
Yeah,
yeah, like I can see it. I'm not saying
I,
I know they'd be St. Thomas was an underdog in that matchup against Madonna, but I
I
can see it happening.
I think that's a 50-50 actually. Most people say. We
Again,
would probably say
50-50.
Madonna's got the edge, but I
For
think
sure.
a lot of people flip a coin on that.
I think so, but I would not be surprised if St. Thomas would beat Madonna, go to the next round, and lose to Florida College, which we have as a projected 6-ish.
Well, we know Florida College can beat them.
We do, but yeah, Florida College not the best.
That's not a good example.
But no, it's not.
Um,
I'm trying to find how about Oregon Tech?
okay. Yeah,
I could
that's
see
kind of
Oregon
crazy.
Tech. I could see that going down. Anyway, again,
Yeah,
no hate,
I don't
no
know if
hate,
they're that
son.
I don't know if they're that bipolar though.
Don't at me on Twitter X, whatever it's called, whatever you want to call it.
I think Montana Tech is a sleeper, but they're going to get ranked high enough that nobody's going to actually sleep on them. But I've not been high on them all year. They are probably a little better than I've given them credit for. So they, if they get a 3 ranking, I would like to see them probably down like 5. I think they would do better
Montana
at 5.
Tech at
Yeah.
5?
Yeah.
I don't think they go any lower than 3 though.
Probably not. I'm just saying I think they would have a better performance at 5. There's some psychology kind of stuff there. If they come in top seed of the conference, I don't think that's worked out well for them in the past. I'm not a great historian on it, but I know they came down 2 or 3 years ago, two years ago, to Dallas here, and they got beat. They didn't get to Kansas City. They were 3 seed. Yeah. So I think there's just maybe a little different mentality when you don't get the top seed in your pod. And I think they probably would perform a little better with some chip on their shoulder. Which is, if I were them, I would have a chip on my shoulder, because I don't think anybody's really, other than the coaches poll, they've not been super high in CSPI. I don't know what their RPI looks like. Anyway, Union Pikeville.
I don't know where to put these teams. I really don't. Let's see. Where did he?
Bro, that is a mess. But
see, where did he put them at? This is a NAIA Hoops report. Love those guys.
Yeah, he knows a lot, man.
He has them at an 8 seed, and Pikeville. I want to say he had them lower. Yeah, he had a 14 in the doer bracket, playing Morningside opening round.
Probably pretty accurate.
That's probably We're gonna. Yeah, definitely not Oregon Tech Weber, but I think Morningside Pikeville makes a lot of sense.
I tell you what, that Sagu Georgetown, that's an interesting game.
What a first round!
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, but that is a interesting game if it did happen, because Sagu beats Freed Hardeman. Freed Hardeman beat Georgetown. No, they split. Georgetown and Freed Hardeman split. Okay, all right. Man, that would be a barn burner of a first round.
See,
wow.
Freed Hardeman lost to Georgetown in January and then beat them in February.
Yeah, they beat them second time, yeah.
Wow. That would be crazy. But anyway, that'd be quite a game just to open the tournament. It might be, it's a little much.
Yeah.
I mean, they are kind of at this seeding, middle of the pack, 7.
I don't 100% disagree with Sagu at 10. Maybe they could be a little like 9, 8, somewhere around there. But I think 7 might be a little low for Georgetown.
Okay, but I don't think Sagu can be a 9, 8 because the 1 seeds are all hosting. And if you put since Sagu is also hosting, they can't be an 8 or 9 because they would then go to that host site. Does that make sense? Like,
yep.
I'm just have to be 10 or 7, I guess, or
10 or 11. Like if
6, 7, 10, 11.
If 3, 3, 6, 11,
that
14.
Committee has an unenviable job trying to do this.
That one's crazy, actually. Yeah. When I think about it like that, I would probably think Sagu would get the bump because they've been top 24, 25 all year. Pretty much all year. So you put them at 6, which would give you the 3, 6, 11, 14 bracket.
Yeah. Which definitely not.
Do you send Hope International? Well, no, they're 6. So you would send Montana back down there again. That's doable. That's definitely doable.
Hope maybe is a seed in that College of Idaho bracket.
I definitely don't think Hope is a 6 seed, but
if they're the 8, they then go to
Lewis Clark at 11 is pretty crazy low.
You think that too low for them?
Too low. Like Lewis Clark and Hope International play, Lewis Clark wins.
Lewis Clark. Well, I think they have a decent record this year.
They're good. They're good. They're second in.
Yeah, 22-8, 37th in the CSPI, 82 point per game average.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
38% from 3.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
All right. Well, it's not going to be long till we
No.
find out the officials. So this was just kind of our pre-reveal idea of how things work and what we're thinking could happen. I'm just scanning real quick.
Yeah.
If I see anything crazy in there.
All right. So I as we talked, I just kind of entered in some.
Yeah, go
some
ahead.
seats. So
Yeah,
I'm
do
just
it.
going to put up some of, and I'm not saying they're in the right quadrants.
Of course
or
not.
close
I
sites,
mean,
but
right.
just we haven't filled it out. But like this one would have Grace at 1, Freed Hardeman at 2. In fact, let me bring this one full screen here. That'll be.
Yeah, who plays Freed at 2?
Yeah, but you got a Montana Tech at 3. We said Madonna at 4 would be in that. They're hosting their own, host site. Montana Tech, Peru State is. I don't know if Peru's down. It can be down at 14, but.
Ooh.
All right, and then I did. See this next one, College of Idaho's bracket. Don't think I found a good 16 for them, but Morningside at 4. I think Morningside at 4 is very possible, and potentially higher because they got pushed to number 1 in their arc.
Who did?
That came out. Morningside. They're first in their arc.
That's fake.
Well, I'm very surprised because they didn't win their conference tournament. They didn't.
No, that's fake. I'm just saying. I get what you're trying to literally read it, and there's probably more symbolism in that than literal messaging. It is just kind of, this is a close stab at it.
Yeah.
That they're not going to do that when they pick. They're not going to go, oh, Morningside's top, so we got to do this at top. I mean, there might be some extra love for GPAC teams with this committee. I don't know. I don't know how they feel, but GPAC generally seems to be the darlings, right? So they do get a little extra, whatever. They're not number 1 in their arc. All right, so we already know that. That's not a real thing. I mean, you lost to Jamestown twice.
Well, at any rate, I think Northwestern should be higher than Morningside, but I mean they're so close.
Of course they
Between
should be.
Concordia and Hastings just won the tournament. I had Lords at. This is interesting though. We went to Tennessee Southern, St. Cat, Lords.
And what if you did get a Tennessee Southern Lords matchup? That would be real interesting. I'd like to see that.
I would too. That would.
I don't think that's a bad perspective.
This one I had Langston at 1, Point Park at 2, Cumberland's 3, Mid-American Nazarene 4. I can already hear the hate mail that Point Park should be 4, bump MNAS to 3, and Cumberland's to 2. But and it could happen. It could happen. But
I mean, whatever. Yeah. It's not.
This one's Oklahoma Wesleyan against Loyola, and then for 2, 3, 4, Indiana Wesleyan. Put the Wesleyans in the same bracket, and then Roosevelt, and Oregon Tech.
Man,
4.
what if you
Oregon
did
Tech
get
4 seems
that?
high. Oh yeah, I had them too high on that one. I should have taken them off. Yeah, Oregon Tech, a little bit much.
Yeah. I think that's going to
I had
be.
them in the next one. Oh no, I didn't. Where did I put them? Oh yeah, they're in this one. Yeah, it's the 7. Yeah, with Grace. I think 7 makes sense for Oregon Tech. And it depends. It depends how much recency bias they get for winning the tournament. If they get some love, I could see them getting 5.
You got Freed at 2.
Yeah, Freed's at 2. Freed's at 2. They won the Mid-South. That's one of the premier conferences.
Okay, no, I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking. No, I didn't complete my thought there. But Freed at 2. Who's going to be that 15 there? I think it's someone from Southeast. So. Do you give them like Mobile's not getting in, are they?
Here, let's see. I give them. Say what?
So Mobile's not getting in, are they?
If they do, it's an at-large.
Well,
Mobile's
yeah, I'm
tricky
just saying.
because they were getting a lot of love in the coaches poll until this last one, and so, but I say that. Why am I bringing that up? Because generally, the people on that committee.
Mm-hmm. So you send Pikeville. You send Pikeville to Freed Hardeman.
I think Pikeville makes sense. Yeah, but you want to give them the. All right, put it there. Put All right, we'll put in Pikeville at 15. Just why not?
Oregon Tech, Kaiser.
Oregon Tech at Kaiser. Interesting. You're going to give Kaiser a 10 seed.
Might be a little
Interesting.
high. You might could flip it, actually.
Oregon Tech's not 10, though. Come on. They just won the tournament. They've been top. They have 4.
What do you
6
got them at
losses.
right now? What is that?
Oregon, they're at the 7 right now.
Okay, yeah,
That's what
7-10. Okay, I didn't know if you had
Okay, yeah.
numbers
Yeah,
flipped. But yeah, that could be a doable kind of thing.
Jump in here in the chat, see if anyone. Oh, we got some. Oh, so turn my mic up, man. All right.
Or just get your mic closer to your mouth.
Yeah, probably. Thank you for the heads up.
That might be a little juicy on Kaiser for real, but
Yeah.
I think Kaiser is one of those teams that could afford to fly wherever you put them.
Is that a pun?
No.
Given they're the Seahawks. Yeah, let me go back to the teams here.
I mean, you got to send these Sun teams somewhere.
I mean, see, they're getting.
They're going to get 4 or 5. No, not 5, but 4. They're going to get 4.
4.
Oh,
so you're
for
saying
sure.
Florida Memorial, St. Thomas, Ave Maria, and Kaiser. You're giving them.
Yeah.
They probably are. Again, they're very mid. I don't know where. I have a hard time.
10 is mid, by the way.
It is. But I'm saying I have a hard time like ranking them. Like who gets 8 versus 9 versus 10.
I think they're
know,
the lowest
7.
for sure. So I think, Ave Maria comes in 7-ish, 6-ish.
Ooh, Ave Maria.
And
All right.
Florida Mem probably 5.
Florida Mem at a 5.
Yeah, they're not a top 14.
Well, you know what? I'm going to put them here. Let's see, did I put them there? Oh, yeah, there they are. Yeah. We're going to put them in the 5 in that group with Grace. So they'll meet in the round of the Super 16, the sweetest 16, if they can make it. Florida Mem Monona would be an interesting game.
Say it again.
Florida Memorial at 5, Madonna at 4 in this bracket. That'd be a tough one to get to the 16.
Yeah,
I mean, if you think
Wow.
Madonna's going to be 4,
that's unfortunate.
I think that's. I don't know. Depends how much love they give Florida Memorial. I could see them going down to maybe a 6-7, but yeah, if they're 5, you end up playing.
Yeah, I don't
Winner
think
of
they go
4.
that low.
Man, that's crazy.
They're probably going to give them a top 4 somewhere.
Wow. Man, this is the best time of the year.
It is. It is so much fun, but it is full-time brain teaser when you're looking at all this.
and we are doing this very simplified compared again to what the committee has to do, figuring out host sites. You can't
Mhm.
have a matchup.
Yeah.
Once it gets to 16,
We don't
it's
feel
fine.
the pressure
Everyone
of
goes there.
actually getting it right. And they're definitely, I think, feeling much more pressure on getting it right.
Yeah.
They're not going to get it right. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
Yeah.
So they've been given an impossible task, and I say that kind of tongue in cheek. Like the getting it right is definitely relative. It's subjective. So to say there is a actual getting it right is a bit ridiculous. But I think that what they're trying to do is reduce as much argument as possible.
Yeah.
I look at it more as like, man, these are some matchups I really would like to see.
There's one team we haven't talked about, which is we've talked about the Sooner. We've had being one of the better conferences historically, and in the Sooner there's a team there that has won the national tournament with their coach. They have an auto bid, Mac
MacU.
but they did not win. They were second in the regular. They were second in the tournament. They're not on anyone's radar. They haven't been ranked all year. But they are second in a conference that.
They are funny. They
so
are.
where do you put them? especially in relation to
Mid.
to SAGU, where
Yeah.
SAGU finished behind them both in the regular season and the tournament. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, how much do you buy the Sooner as a conference? I mean, Wayland, man. Yeah.
Top
I
top
think they
5
get in,
teams
but-
are incredibly close, except for remove Langston. So 2nd through 5, 2, 3, 4, 5 are incredibly close. I think USAO is probably the worst out of those 4.
Yeah, but let's
And
just
they're not
say
bad.
Let's
They're
just
not
say
bad.
SAGU gets a 6 seed, right? Let's just say they get a 6.
Mm-hmm.
MACU has to be a 5, right?
Oh yeah,
They'd have to be a 5. But
yeah,
I
5 or
don't-
6.
But I don't know. Let's see. Where did he put
I think 6 would be too high for SAGU. Like
it
again,
needs to be a 7?
geographically, you could justify it. To me, they're 6, 7, or 8. 6, 7, or 8. That's where you put them.
And see, here
Probably
on
8.
On his bracketology, he has MACU at 8.
So the consistency is there. So I can kind of
SAGU
get down with
10,
the
yeah.
ratio 10,
Yeah.
8.
That makes sense.
I do think MACU is better than 8. So let's see. They put them against Tougaloo. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah,
did I
MACU
say
against
that?
Tougaloo 8-9.
That's bad for Tougaloo, man. That's
Hey,
really
some
bad.
respect for. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
That's
really
tough.
bad for Tougaloo.
Tough.
We've seen MACU play quite a few times this year, so we know how good they are. They're going to be a matchup problem for most. Again, maybe they should be one of our scary teams to kind of be sneaky and come away because they're going to get mismatched.
Yeah. That puts MACU, I guess maybe MACU at a 6?
I'm telling you, if I'm Freed Hardeman, I don't want to play MACU.
No. It's 8-9. It's supposed to be not. Well, but I don't know. The arguments can go. All right, here. I'm going to update this. Put the brackets back. All right, let's see here. So I'm going to put, just kind of figuring this out. Let's see.
Yeah. So I guess my argument is they need to be higher than 8. Like that's a bad. MACU's a bad setup for anyone, other than Grayson Langston.
Yeah.
They would be
That's
a
true.
bad setup for Oklahoma Wesleyan. I think they're going to be a bad setup for College of Idaho.
Well, in this scenario, if let's just say we put MACU at a 6, which maybe that's high, but the problem
No,
is
that's not high.
If you put, well, like we said, you can't put SAGU at 8-9
Right.
because it's just the way it works.
Mhm.
So that means they have to be 7 or 10, and if you put a SAGU at 7, MACU has to be a 6. That's just, I think that's
7
how it
or
has to
10
be.
or 6 or 11.
But MACU Montana Tech could be a matchup at Montana Tech to go to
Mhm.
Kansas City. That's a
Mhm.
matchup right there. Like, man, for a 6 seed too. That's not. That'd be
Mhm.
tough.
Mhm.
That'd be tough.
Yeah.
I put Wayland at a 12 since we were talking about that arc.
Bro. That'd be devastating for a 5. Like,
Yeah,
that'd be
that
wrong.
one-
That'd be
I
wrong.
was trying to
I
separate
mean,
it out.
Michael Belfield, Wayland's too good to be 12. And they're barely getting in, right? They're a bubble team.
Yeah, they are. So you think they'd be lower?
No, I don't.
You
I just
you
think
like it at
that
12? Okay.
they're one of those unfortunate teams that are for the whole bracket. They're going to get
Yeah.
ranked low because of where they are, but they again scary. If you put them at 12, they're officially scary, and they will beat a 5 seed. If they get put on 12, they will probably beat the 5 seed. Any 5 seed
Well,
that
the
you put on
5
them.
seeds, we actually haven't said a lot for 5 seeds. The only 5 we've said is Florida Memorial.
They're
that's
going to
over.
beat Florida Memorial.
Wayland over Florida Memorial. Call it now.
9 times out of 10.
I want to say Wayland has a win over Florida College that we have at a 6. But again, this is what's so difficult, keeping track of all the teams all season long,
Yeah.
that non-conference matchups.
Yeah.
Okay, I put on one of these. Hang on. Yeah. I put Arizona Christian at 4.
Fair. 3 or 4.
3 or 4?
Mm-hmm.
On this one, I had Roosevelt at 3.
Fair.
Yeah, it could be either. But
Yeah.
I don't think
Wesleyan
Arizona
at 2.
Christian
That's
goes much lower
man.
than-
You're putting together probably the toughest road there.
That's where are you going to put them? The other
Mm-hmm.
tricky thing that I've only just started to do is make sure that you don't have teams from the same conference in the same quadrant.
Mm-hmm.
I know
Yeah,
some people
no,
like to do
I
that.
like that.
I know that the national committee likes to do that, but that makes it tricky with host sites and like trying to balance it.
Oklahoma Wesleyan, Indiana Wesleyan. What if you got that?
Oh, my
Who do you
goodness.
think wins?
Well, given that Indiana Wesleyan has 4 or 5 losses on the year and 3 of them are to Grace, I like Indiana Wesleyan just because they have shown that.
Well, they have experience. They have top tier experience, right?
I think one of those losses that wasn't to
Oklahoma
Grace was,
Wesleyan
like,
does
first
not
game
have
of the
top
year.
tier experience.
No, they don't.
You can't-
Wesleyan, they did not make a deep run last year, so that the players they're not used to that
Yep.
kind of thing. I don't know that Indiana Wesleyan made a super
I
deep run
think they
last
have a
year,
good
but
chance to make a run down to that semi, but
yeah.
or
No,
that
I think-
quarterfinal. I mean,
I think 1 and 2 make it to Kansas City out of this bracket. I think so. Well, I don't know. If Roosevelt's 3,
it's tough.
I don't like. I think it's okay, but not great. And then Ave Maria at 8, it could be a problem. That 8-9 is.
Yeah.
There are some. It depends. Like I feel like there are some 8s that are strong and some that are. Like say MacU is 8. You like MacU Oklahoma Wesleyan? Like I think they played earlier this year, did they not? I know Oklahoma played a couple of
MacU
teams
Oklahoma
from
Wesleyan?
Oklahoma. Yeah.
Don't think so.
Okay, maybe not.
Maybe. I don't think so.
Okay.
Oklahoma Wesleyan played Texas Wesleyan twice, I believe.
They played Mid-American Nazarene. Sorry, not Mid-American.
MNAS, yeah.
Yeah, they got that
And
one.
that was before MNAS was great.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think Boswick wants to play them right now. Not early.
I don't know. Would you rather play MNAS or Peru State right now?
Peru State. There's
Even
no
though they're
doubt.
red hot, they just made the run in the tournament?
Are you kidding me? That's not even close. Yeah, you don't wanna play
You don't want Mid-American Nazarene.
Not early.
All right, we got about 20 people watching right now. So if you guys want to tell
Yeah,
us
man, chime
tell
in.
us
You
where to see
guys,
these teams,
I'm just
we
like
need help,
focusing, trying to
Yeah.
imagine how the bracket shapes up.
Yeah.
And we're doing it based on Hoops Report. When it comes to NAIA basketball, I'm sure most of you follow them, but they are the kings of information. We get a lot of information from those guys, and they're very good at this. I disagree with maybe 50 to 60% of this outlook, but again, just that I can with some confidence. I don't feel like they feel like that they got the numbers right. They're just trying to get the overall picture right, which I think is close. I think they're more close than they aren't.
Yeah. Ooh,
But
okay.
so using that as a comparison.
All right, hang on here. I'm going to. We got some comments now. Now we got some suggestions coming in. One is
good,
we
yeah.
just talked about it, but asked how we feeling about SAGU. We just did discuss this, but yeah, we like
Okay.
SAGU is tricky because of 8-9. Darius Jackson, LSUA should be higher than an 8 seed. Ooh, okay.
I
Hold
can
on a
hear
second.
that. I feel that. I feel that.
Okay.
They are good. They are good. It's just
They did win their conference and the tournament outright for all
top
the bids.
top
both.
4 of Red River did beat up on each other quite a bit.
Especially
So it's
at the end.
hard to know. This is okay. This is a problem that GPAC, GSAC, Red River, Sooner,
The Sun.
the Sun, yeah, all have, and that is the top level really beats up on it. The sooner, you got to take Langston out of it, right? But they're they just split a lot, and the bigger conferences suffer from this. The teams that have the conferences that have the most teams, they suffer really badly from this. That's why I'm a little reluctant to say the Sun. But okay. I could say LSUA needs to be higher than 8.
Yeah. Cashing out at LSUA, two-way guy with crazy athleticism. I believe he was a conference player of the year or at least the tournament player. Crazy athletic. So.
Okay, so that's funny. That's a good contrast because you had a comment right before it that says, or was it? I got it mixed up. But one of them said, "Where you think the SAGU should be?" And then the next one is LSU. Two different people, I do believe. And that's funny because if I remember, and this is early, and I take early a lot less seriously than I do late. But SAGU beat LSUA by 30, I think. I mean, fact check me on it, but I think it was 30. I think it was 30.
They played the LSUs. I just can't remember.
So even though it was early, like when you beat a team by 30, like there's something there.
Okay, but some of these teams didn't know who they were. If you're
you beat them by 10, then you go, they didn't know. So that's an even kind of game later. But when you beat a team by 30, and you're saying, okay, 8 seed does, and we say SAGU, I'm a 10 seed, 9 seed, somewhere in there. It's kind of hard to argue for LSUA to go much higher than that. So
we got more. All right, so we got some more coming in here. What do you think about Life University?
I think they should not be in the tournament.
You do? All right, so Life University, 57th in the CSPI.
That's actually a lot higher than I thought they would be.
They're 21-9. 21-9 in their conference. Let me pull up.
I might need to rethink that. I just don't feel like they finished well in a lower tier conference.
Oops, wrong one. I'm trying to pull up the.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm thinking about it.
They're in Southern States. Yeah, so I think do I have the bracket for Southern States? Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, so they beat Dalton State and then they lost to Loyola on the crazy run.
They finished
Loyola.
Third. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. All right. I take it back.
Mobile was 21-9. Yeah, I think we underestimated them.
Remember, guys, there's 21 conferences we're thinking about. So I do get I kind of get maybe the wires crossed up a little bit.
Indiana Northwest beat Roosevelt and won the conference. Thoughts, John?
I saw Hoops Report put them in, and I'm like, huh? Seriously?
And I believe they had the tiebreaker too. If Roosevelt had won, don't quote me on that, but there was something with the tiebreakers there.
Do you have their season win-loss?
Yeah.
Let's look at the Chicagoland.
That was how the bracket was set up. But let me get the Chicagoland. Whoops, wrong thing.
That's old.
Let's see. Indiana Northwest 21-10, 15-5 in conference, tied with IU South Bend at 15-5, and Olivet Nazarene at 15-5. So a lot of tough. That's
man. Wow.
You want to leave one of them out? I mean,
can you not bring up their Presto Sports? That will help me see it a little better.
Yeah.
So Chicagoland is one of those that I think is very sneaky as a conference, and
there we go. Okay, it's still kind of small, but
it's hard to. It's hard for us to get a real good feel because I haven't seen a ton of games from the mass. James, that's kind of small for me.
Okay, yeah, it's not letting me.
Just run down. Just talk about it. So Olivet Nazarene officially finished second, right?
No, they were three-way tie with IU South Bend, IU Northwest in the regular season, all at 15-5 in conference. Olivet Nazarene at 22-8, IU South Bend 22-9, Indiana Northwest 21-10, And if I have let me actually.
Who are you keeping out? I guess that's the question. Who are you keeping out?
It's tough.
I don't think 4 can make it.
Yeah.
It's a big conference. I guess there is an argument for 4. Chicagoland.
Yeah. So
I'm
Northwest had
thinking
the
about the arc.
tiebreaker
Hold
here.
on. Let me just think about the arc a little bit. So, are they in Crossroads arc? So WAC.
No, I don't
Chicagoland?
believe so. Let me pull up that graphic.
They go back to the arc.
Yeah. Let's see here. By arc. Let's see Chicago. Yeah, there were GPAC and North Star. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Which we had 11 on our watch list out of that arc with which Olivet, IU South Bend.
Okay.
Olivet is definitely the team that is, I think, going to get a little more just.
You tell
brand
me.
awareness maybe.
So whoever asked that question, I forgot,
Yeah.
but whoever asked that question,
Lisa Williams.
somebody like that's in that area, who's better, Chicagoland Conference or GPAC?
Thank you, Lamar Curie. They hopped in immediate North Central arc. Thank you. Yeah. Wow. Darius did respond. He's like, yeah, he's talking about the LSU A losing. Yeah, but it was only part of the year. But
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
But I go 30-point loss.
All right.
If you give me 10 to 15-point loss, it's a different conversation.
All right.
That's the only reason I say that.
Jalen
I know
Reed-
LSUA is good. I'm not doubting.
I was going to say, Jalen Reese, he said, thoughts on a potential Marion versus Oklahoma Wesleyan
Oh, I
matchup.
like it. Oh, I like that.
Whew.
I would pay good money to see
the bracket
that.
to do this.
I
Can
would
we
pay
do it?
good money to see that.
It'd be Marion at a. Okay, hold on. It actually isn't that. No, this is actually really doable. Hold on.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Isn't that the way he set it up? Hoop set it up? Yeah.
Is that how he did it? Let's see. He did. I thought he had Marion.
Oh, no,
he
he-
did at two. But
Yeah,
yes, he did. Yeah. That's possible. And then,
Bro. Yeah, that would be fun. Okay.
I had them. But if you imagine Marion at 8, Ave Maria 9, that actually is very possible. And that happens in.
Okay,
in
so
Kansas.
you've got one of
like
the best defenders in the country, Tarleton. You have the best point guard in the country in Marion, Gus Etchison.
Yeah.
That right there would be a fun.
That would be
that would be
great.
fun.
Wow.
Oh man, Tarleton checking up on Etchison. Bro, that would be a war. An
And that is
all-out war.
Was it Litsky? Is the big man up?
Their big guy at
Say that right.
Oklahoma
That's-
Wesleyan, and
Marion's got a
Ames.
big dude. Yeah.
Ames, yeah. I mean, he's a lot leaner. He's a little more scrappy than Litsky, but Litsky takes up a lot of room. Man, I give the edge to Marion. Actually.
On both counts?
No, on the whole, on the game.
On the whole?
On the
Okay.
game. It is a tight game. And if Oklahoma Wesleyan can dirty the game up like they do, that's what they do, right?
Yeah.
Then the edge goes to Oklahoma Wesleyan. If Marion gets their way, which Gizzy, bro, he's a difference maker.
Yeah.
And if they got a lot of things
He's
you
a
got to
good
lock down
third
on
player.
Marion.
Yeah.
And sometimes he's like a first player type guy
Yeah.
that he
Right.
he's a good 3-man and he can play 2-3 easy, but he can really rope it. Like he can score.
I think
And
I
that
think that's
is
a very close game because I think Oklahoma Wesleyan's defense would be very difficult for Marion to kind of handle. Just it's a little bit unorthodox, but it's fast style of play. I think
they overcome.
I think-
Marion to me is one of the best coached teams in the country. Like they're top 3 best coached team in the country. They overachieve, and I give that mark to coaches. But then you go against Donnie Boswick, who is a proven legend for wins. Like he knows how to just get it done. Again, I like a Point Park. They just know how to get it done this year. He now over a long period of time has known how to get it done. The problem is, Oklahoma Wesleyan does not have a stellar track record in the tournament. They've gotten tossed.
They did have an early exit last year.
Most
a lot of
years,
them
most
same
years.
players, but-
Yeah, more times than not. Marion has the same problem too.
Yeah, I do. Tizzy T, Life is the best team in the country.
Life is the best team. I love.
All right.
I love the
Some
fan.
Southern States
fandom.
love.
The fandom. Yeah, I will.
Loyola might like to have a word, given they just won the tournament not too long ago. Just made another nice little tournament run. They're hot. Maybe they'd like to.
So
the best right now.
okay, you've convinced me, Tizzy T. I'm gonna get my eye on them.
You're
I'm
putting.
gonna get my eye on them.
Oh.
I'm gonna do some research.
Life might.
I got to be
moving
honest.
Into the CSN.
Life
brackets.
hasn't done enough in the CSPI, the Performance Index, to really impress me. To just go like pull out footage and try to find out what they're all about. But you have inspired me, and so tonight I got a little homework.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a good long. I don't believe they're the best team in the country, but you've interested
The best team you haven't taken seriously, sir.
yeah, right. But I will check them out. I will
Yes,
definitely check them
Kieran
out.
Cassidy's been watching over an hour, and he says the 2-5 group of Chicagoland beat on each other, similar to the top 5 in the GPAC. Interesting, because GPAC, you've got Morningside.
All right, but
Northwestern.
you didn't answer. I said
Concordia.
which conference is better? I know that.
Well,
I know
you're-
that stat.
Wait, you're
I'm
saying
very
Chicagoland
familiar.
GPAC? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
Who's better? Who's better?
Ooh, it is tough to pick against. For me, I'm saying me. I'm curious to see what Kieran says. I'm tough to pick against GPAC. I know they were the. I feel like they get a lot of love.
They're the darlings.
A little bit. They're a little bit. But I'm just saying, though, does anyone want to go play Hastings?
The rabble rouser
now?
in me wants to just go declare Chicagoland the best out of those two. But I know. I'll bet Nazarenes, they're big. They're good. And then Northwest, they're sneaky good. Roosevelt's just
Lamar
kind of
said-
in your face. They present matchup problems because they're quick. They run a lot. I mean, if their conversion is high on their up tempo game, they beat most everybody. They're very good at that.
So Lamar Daniels got to say GPAC. Yeah. And even Kieran, tough to not pick GPAC. See, he didn't pick GPAC. He just said tough not to pick.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. Over history, probably.
Okay,
yeah.
but here's the
But
problem.
I'm talking about this year,
Here's-
guys.
this year.
This year.
But John, Northwestern, Morningside, Concordia, and Hastings just won the tournament, right? You have 4
Hastings
teams.
is good, bro.
Okay, give me, John, the seeding
Hastings Roosevelt
range.
is
Give me
good.
the seeding range. Where are you going to put those 4? I feel like they're all between like 3 and 7 between those 4 teams.
So
Agree,
Roosevelt,
disagree?
we definitely say top 4 seed in their pod.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Hastings, I might give a 4 to. I might give a 4 to
Hastings, you
Hastings.
might give the 4?
And to me, they're the hands down best team in the GPAC.
Northwestern, you put them at a.
They're number 2. Northwestern is number 2 in the GPAC.
Oh, I'm saying as far as seeding in the tournament, where would you put Northwestern?
Well, below 4. So,
5.
5 or 6.
Okay, and then Concordia
Morningside,
won
I
the
think,
regular
is
season?
Morningside is arguably a 6-7.
Morningside is a 6-7. Okay, Morningside, and then you want.
I
Concordia
wish
at-
I could say I knew more about Chicagoland. I've watched some Roosevelt games because they've been
Ooh.
up there all
Roosevelt
year.
best team out of both conferences.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but barely.
I
But
would
barely. I agree, but barely.
Yeah.
I think Hastings, Roosevelt is, man, those are 2 different teams, and it's all about style and who
Yeah.
can adapt to the different style the best. Really, in a best of 3 matchup, I probably give it to Roosevelt,
Yeah,
but barely.
Had about 40 people watching. Thanks for joining. Comment in the live chat who you want to see us. We're working on a rough bracket, so if you want to chime in with your team that we are underrating, overrating,
and you can flash it. Flash the bracket. So
GPAC has been awesome this year. Kieran just commented. Yeah, it's a respect. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and awesome in what way though? I don't see them top tier awesome. I see them at top mid tier good. So maybe as there are a lot of teams, so the parity is awesome.
But you're saying they wouldn't. You're saying on like the top GPAC teams, the 4 we've been talking about. You're saying they aren't going to be beating a Langston or College of Idaho consistently.
No, in a best of 3, they lose all those. All those top teams in. Okay.
For Indiana Northwest.
Fair enough.
There's some love from Chicagoland.
I wish I knew a little more about Northwest. Yeah. I think they kind of came on late. So the GPAC, their top 4 loses to the top 5 conferences outside of GPAC. So is that okay? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
do you know
so.
what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like top 4 against top 4. Okay. Top 4 against top 4 conference-wise.
Oh, I see.
There are at least 4 to 5 conferences that have top 4s that will dominate the GPAC.
Oh, well. Okay, so let's say I go to. Okay, we'll take.
Okay, let's just take it in order.
Sun. We'll take the Sun. Okay.
I'm
Florida
not going to do the Sun. All right.
Okay, but you're saying.
Oh, hold on. Just let me get it out. Crossroads, Mid South, Sooner.
That's 3 conferences. You're saying Crossroads?
Take your pick, Chicagoland or WAC. So but I'm putting them both in. They're those 5 right there. Top 4 against top 4. I like the last 2 are not going to dominate, but I think they get the edge.
But you're saying as
they
a
get
whole
the
on
edge.
The 4. Okay.
Yeah. But top 3 conferences they dominate GPAC. Then you get 4, 5. I got GPAC like around 6, 7 best conference. They beat each other up, but there's no elite team to benchmark against them. Like what elite team have any of those guys played that you go, okay, at least I can benchmark you? No Oklahoma Wesleyan, no COI, no Grace, no Indiana Wesleyan, no Freed Hardeman, no Cumberlands. Like you don't see those matchups, and it might be a little stretch to put Freed Hardeman and Cumberlands in the elite category, but even stepping down, I don't see GPAC beating those guys. Langston, come on. Yeah. Like Langston's rolling by 30 on all those guys. Yeah. And I don't mean that in any disparaging way. So maybe I say that too strong.
It's not that GPAC's bag. You're just saying other conferences as a whole are a little better.
Well, there's elite measurement that I can go to the Sooner and I can look at their top 5 structure and okay, they got one elite team. How did those guys do against the elite? I have something to measure. And I go, well, Sagu beats them. Wayland almost beat them. Actually, if you ask Chris Wright, the coach of Langston, he said Wayland beat them. And it was just a last, under 10-second thing that happened that created a point for Langston to actually get that game back. And they ended up winning. But we know Wayland's capable. USA, man, you catch them on the they have really good nights, and they have Kazeta. He can put 40 on you.
Talent. There's talent. Because going back to some of the chat
That's
here,
true. That's true,
yeah,
Karen.
it's hard. After Christmas, it is so conference heavy, and no teams really want to
That's true.
schedule non-conference after Christmas.
And that's what we do. We really do try, but there's 21 conferences. So I can tell you, we watch more than one conference.
Yeah.
We watch more than 2 or 3. I try to watch the top 10, what I think the top 10 is, and we have a way. We're kind of lucky. We have a studio in which we can put 12 games up at a time. And even then it's hard, but at least you're kind of getting your eyeballs on how things work and play style, and then something will interest you. You'll see a sequence, then you'll go, we'll run it back in our replay machine, and we'll start kind of dissecting. Okay, well, this style is interesting, and how will that compare to a polar type of style? And so I feel like we've seen all the styles that could be represented, and then how well do these teams play that style? So those are things that we're looking for. So I there's very few people in the country that will have watched as many NAIA games as we've watched in conference diversity. So I do feel confident that way, but there's no way you can get all the way around the horn, So we do have a little bit of a deficit in totality of knowledge, but I feel like we got a good grip on how the conferences work.
What do you think?
Okay, Ave Maria. That's a very. I love the question because that's a very interesting. If you go back to like our first couple episodes and some of our early predictions, I was big on the Sun, really, really big on the Sun, and I may have had them as high as top 3 at conference.
At least top 5, at least.
No, I believe it was top 3. I'm pretty sure I picked them 3. After a good body of work, though, I can see that there's no elite team there, and they have a GPAC problem. They have a GSAC problem. There's no elite team to give measurement to, and then I have, which I think St. Thomas is the best team there. Who's playing their best, and when you head to head, who plays best against each other? I think St. Thomas wins that. Ave Maria is very, very even with Florida Mem, which I think is like slightly better than Kaiser, but not that close to St. Thomas. But then you get all the conference rivalry stuff that goes on. Not everybody plays their best ball against each other. So I have a hard time really going. Ave Maria is mentioned at the top of the mid. I think they're more mid, and which could put you in the scary category. Like you could upset some teams. So they're good enough to upset any non-elite team. So there's only, I think, 3 teams we put in the elite category: Grace, Langston, and
COI.
COI. And I kind of have a problem with putting COI, but I take so much hate mail when I don't. So I would just by peer pressure put them in there. Then you have your next tier, which is sub-elite but very, very top tier, and that is your Oklahoma Wesleyan, your Indiana Wesleyan, and your Roosevelt, and
Freed-Hardeman.
Oh man, I put them the third tier, and
Cumberland's probably right there.
You know what? I want to see Freed-Hardeman play Point Park. I think I could solve all my issues with Freed-Hardeman if I saw them play Point Park, because I've watched enough Point Park this year. I know how to contrast it, and I think Point Park beats Freed-Hardeman. I think St. Mary of the Woods beats Freed-Hardeman. So, and people will argue me down all day long because of that, and I go, it's because you haven't watched them. When's the last time you watched either of them play a complete or 3/4 of a game? And when you watch them, they have a clutch factor about them. They just will themselves. Their overall talent. Maybe Freed Hardeman has better overall talent, but they don't have a huge clutch factor. And I'm not trying to talk Sagu down under, but Sagu beats Freed Hardeman
And
Tougaloo. And
which they did get an auto bid. They're
again, splitting hairs, right? But you got to do that. I want to see Freed Hardeman beat someone outside of their conference that is the elite, at least, team in their conference. And River State's has two. They have Point Park and St. Mary's. Whatever you guys might think about them, go watch them. Go watch them.
They do have a win against UT Southern. That is outside conference. Tennessee
okay,
Southern.
but I would say naturally. I think Freed Hardeman's better.
October 31st. It's Halloween. It's so early in the season.
And I think Freed Hardeman's better, slightly better than UT Southern. I think Freed Hardeman wins 2 out of 3 there. But I don't know that Freed Hardeman gets to the third game against Point Park and St. Mary of the Woods. I just, maybe they do, maybe they don't. And that's my issue with Freed Hardeman. So I put Freed Hardeman kind of in that almost Ave Maria category. For Florida Mem, Freed Hardeman.
So again, thoughts on Alv and the Sun. You're saying kind of mid, but you're not sure.
Yeah, but slightly. If I were to say who's better between GPAC and Sun, man, that's a coin flip. That's a coin flip for me.
Well, all right. Well, next.
I think
question,
Chicagoland could be better than Sun.
Okay. Touch on that in a second. Who's the Cinderella team this year, John?
Yeah,
Ottawa making the run. I'll go back to this graphic.
Yeah, that's a great one. And we made predictions earlier on, and I think it's changed a little for me. It depends on who gets the 7 seed, but I could see the committee slipping up. It would be a 100% slip up if they put Marion that low, but I could see them putting Marion at maybe 6 or 7, and they could be the ones that make that run. Huntington.
Could Huntington, as they stay in that conference, Huntington could
maybe.
Let me see. I don't have their.
I think they run out of
record off the top
gas.
my head.
I think they run out of gas. I think they get an upset, but they run out of gas.
Because I want to say Huntington was 4 seed last year and lost, kind of surprisingly.
Yeah, they're not going to get 4 seed this
Huntington's 21-9, Marion 23-7 right now. I think
they're going to get low seed, but they definitely could beat a higher seed team.
Do you think Florida College could make a surprise run in the tournament? Are they that team, and they're underrated? They're in the
I don't think they're
Continental.
underrated. No.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean,
no.
but they're
I think
they're gonna be in that 6-7 seed.
Chase
right?
gets as much out of that team as he can. I don't want to say they're consummate overachievers, but they are achievers. They're good achievers, and they're consistent. They can present a matchup problem for big teams, and they're just sneaky good. So, yeah, they could be an OUAZ type team from last year.
I have another one for you. With all these GPAC teams, again, kind of going to be seeded that 3 to 8 range, somewhere in there, but very compact, all 4 of the ones we think are getting in.
Mm-hmm.
The odds of one of them making a deep run at the 5, 6, 7 seed, I feel like it's high just out of quantity. I don't know which one it's going to be, but I could see Hastings getting even. They're
not going to get that low though. They're not. I think they get
because a Morningside then put them down there, or Northwestern, or Concordia.
Morningside won't do it.
Well, Concordia won the regular season, if I recall correctly. So, no, they did not. Sorry, Northwestern did.
So Northwestern, it would be the one that
but
you would
Concordia
look
will
at.
get an at-large, and then they're going to be down again. That's 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, I think it'd be more likely Hastings, Northwestern out of GPAC could be the scary guys. So. Northwestern more so.
Yeah, but
I think it's going to be.
I want. Who's the Cinderella?
It is what it is, but
who's the?
Yeah, Cinderella.
Arizona Christian.
That's not Cinderella.
Yeah.
Oregon Tech.
Yeah, Marion's still probably my favorite, but
Huntington Marion out of Crossroads. You're not going to
Does
look
Georgetown
at.
count?
You're
I mean, I know they're
first of all, you're not going to look at Roosevelt as a Cinderella, although they feel a little Cinderella-ish to me. I don't know why, but they just kind of do. But they're going to be ranked too high.
Who? Who'd you say feels Cinderella?
Roosevelt.
Yeah.
I
feel like they're definitely one of those teams
people
that
will
gets-
be surprised if they make a deep run. Let's say they get to the Final Four. I think people will be surprised. St. Mary of the Woods would be very Cinderella, very Cinderella.
Of the auto bids, that people don't have them going very deep at all.
No, they wouldn't. Why would they? Because they haven't watched them. They're scary. They have a two-way game. They're scary. I'm just telling you.
Hate to go back to the Sun. Florida Memorial making a run?
No,
not a deep run.
no. I think St. Thomas most likely to have the run from.
St. Thomas is your Sun. That's the team that's making the
Ave Maria a close
good.
second, but St. Thomas.
Well, for all the new viewers joining, go ahead, hop in the live chat here on YouTube and give us your take. We are slowly building out a bracket that will be released in about 30
we won't build
minutes,
it out
so
for the final of this.
Not all. But give us your takes, man. Where do we have the seedings right?
First of all, I think do we have the teams right?
Yeah.
Now, are we
tough.
did we miss someone that's going to get in at large that somehow it escaped us? I don't think so, but who could have escaped us?
Well, Life potentially. We have some.
Mayville State.
Mayville State's tough, man. Are they going to get in? I know
don't
they don't get
think
the
so.
auto.
I don't think
You're
so.
saying negative?
Does anybody think Mayville State? Yeah, somebody raise their hand.
Man.
Is there anybody out there that believes Mayville State will get in?
Let me see. North Star.
They don't have enough for the auto bid, so they would if they did. Mayville State would get if they had enough, but
Mayville. So Bellevue. They're 15-15 overall. Mayville's 20-9. That's better. It's several games better.
Do we rehash that? We already talked
we don't
about
do that.
that.
We've talked about it. They definitely played a few easier games.
Not a few.
But
6 extremely cupcake games.
Hang on a second. Bellevue gonna have upset of the decade.
Okay, all right,
Okay,
I like it.
but
How?
Bellevue-
On who? On who?
All right, okay.
I don't. I'm a non-believer in
But
Bellevue.
Presley, are they getting
Win
a 16?
me over.
I need to know that. Do you think Bellevue gets a 16 and then they got to play a 1 to start, or 15, John? You putting them any higher than 15 in the seeding? At a 15-15 on the season? They're bottom 2 seed for me.
I know the
15
argument for
best.
Loyola to get a 16 because they won. That might be one of the exceptions to the rule, but I just don't like any auto bid getting a 16 seed. I just don't like it. I don't even really like a 15 seed. So I would.
Any seeds.
Huh?
You don't like any seeds.
No, I'm just saying. I would put Bellevue at a 14.
14
Yeah.
at 15-15 on the season. 500. They're 14.
Yeah. They earned it. So
Man.
give them a chance. Give them a chance.
It's generous. It's generous.
Well, I'm about giving them a chance. They took advantage of the chance they got, so give them another chance. And there's also legitimate 16 seed teams out there. 15 seed.
Man. I haven't read that yet. Hang on. Yeah, I took them out of there. I put them there. So they'd be playing maybe Florida College against a 6, something like that. It's possible.
As a 14? No, they're playing a 3.
Oh, well, yes, I'm saying second round they would play. Yeah, they'll play a 3, and then the next round.
You're going with the idea that they're going to do the upset. But
if they get that. If you give them a chance and they get it, then you
any game they play would be an upset. Okay, make no mistake.
At a 14, that's how it is. But
so, is this person saying they're making a monumental upset run or just one upset game?
Yeah, true. He said upset, so not like a run.
Yeah.
So we'll say 1.
So getting out of round 1. I think that would be great.
They could have 1 in them. I won't discount.
That would be great. I would love to see that.
How about Antelope Valley will be a sleeper? Man, for those who don't know, Antelope Valley's been through a lot as an institution the last few weeks, and
that's a tough one. I was actually if you go back to early episodes,
like
I was a huge Antelope and St. Cat's fan. They kind of dropped down. They went through a losing spell and took some bad losses, so we kind of had to kick them out. But now they've got kind of the real underdog feel.
Yeah.
Is there a chance for Antelope Valley?
I mean, they are.
They're going to get in. They're in.
They're auto bid. They've got it. They played well. They played well at the end of the season amid all of the distractions. They got the job done. So hats off to them.
Historically, they have surprised people. So, I don't want to totally write them off, to be honest with you. And I don't think it's just the sympathy factor. I think it's like there's still a part of me left that believes that they're a really decent team. I watched the Antelope Valley Westcliff game, and this was kind of in their little lull that they were going through, and I was a little sad by that performance. It was not a great performance. So, I don't want to give them all the judgment on that particular game, but they had a pretty good lull. So I don't know if they can come out of that and do anything special here. Although they ended up winning, so congratulations to them.
Hey, winning's winning, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to figure out. If you could figure out, then this is my argument for Point Park, for St. Mary.
Yeah.
They figure it out. Can you be down and figure out how to, whether it's a good win, bad win, whatever. When we're talking about it now, all wins are good, right? So did you figure it out? So I don't know that they have the figure out factor.
No. All right. Tanner, Flanning.
We talked about Concordia.
And Morningside finished ahead of Hastings in the final ARC standings. That
No,
seems wrong.
that's fake. We already talked about it. That's fake. You're right. You're 100% right. They're not ahead of Hastings. All right. So just a little insight, and I don't want to create a bummer here, but the ARC comes out. They do some very generic calculations using RPI, strength of schedule. If I'm the first one to tell you, I'm sorry. Don't shoot the messenger. RPI is fake. Strength of schedule is fake. Now we probably should do a little bit of an episode on why all that is the way it is, but just take my word for it. It is not accurate. It does not represent performance. We have created, and you could go in, we've created, and this is not just a plug for what we do is Ride or whatever. We've created this thing called the CSPI. It's the Champion Sports Performance Index. It's an index that really goes deep into the numbers. It does put a heavy weight on if you win or lose, but outside of that, there's a lot of weight put on you. Everybody can access this, and you can even go back and see how teams have performed over the weeks, and do a big time analysis on how the score. When it's like you have to stare at it a little bit, but while it's not obvious, it's not hidden how it works. It's all there.
I'll put the link in the live chat. You guys can click and watch.
All right. And
there's a lot of numbers. We get it.
But it's a performance index. This is not meant to be a top to bottom ranking. What it is and we have a little more to the formula that we don't add here, but there's a way that you can look at this and you go, all right, if you pick two teams in the 226 teams there, how likely is it that this team will beat this other team? And this is what that tells you. It tells you based on performance how likely what kind of the score would be. Now, I would have to I don't want to go that deep now, but if you guys are ever interested, you could always DM us or email us or whatever, and we'd be glad to share it. But it's just too much math to throw in this episode. So there's a way you can kind of determine what the score should be when two teams match up based on the CSPI, and we've taken years to try to figure this out. It's not perfect, and we refine it every year a little bit. But I can tell you, like, we've done the math and over the numbers in the January. We take a January sample. If you were to go back and do the team that team versus team analysis, it was 92.6% accurate. I dare you to find any other algorithm that's created out there that could tell you who should win. Like, obviously there are going to be upsets. There are upsets for a reason, and there's just exceptions to all rules. Those happen, but if you could get 90% accuracy, imagine that. So we feel like we're really close to being have created a really, really tight algorithm that helps you see, and sometimes it will get faked out. For instance, early on, we got faked out by Mayville State because they had built in these cupcake games where they beat this one team. They played them twice, and they beat them each game by 100 points. Well, that is impossible for any algorithm to see.
Right, because the win margin is so high when you win by 100. But you might lose a game by 40.
It doesn't isolate the game
Yeah.
itself and then throw it out. So we're working on trying to figure out if that's a possibility. But right now it's just impossible to see. And so that's why win percentage has to have a lot to do with it. Well, some of those you got to wait 10 to 15 games into the season to really see the accuracy of it. So so now we've got a great big body of work in it, and it just kind of works. So I would say, if you're interested in like putting your teams together, like use the CSPI. When you see tonight's reveal, use that and see and do the math. Like write down on a whatever, or in your phone or whatever, and see how accurate it actually is. There are going to be upsets. There's nothing you could do about that. But it's eerily close.
So, Morningside is very much in the live chat at the moment. Just to let you know, they are.
I'm sure they're loving. My non-morning.
So
now I'm a huge Morningside football fan.
Yeah.
Just to let you know.
I was going to say, they jump in here for our football.
I'm
coverage
big time
too. Who wins the
Morningside.
national title? Why is it the Morningside Mustangs? My goodness. Morningside.
Are you talking about football? You don't want to talk about this year, do you?
In the NAIA, so I love it. Carson, he's commented earlier. He said, "I also think Morningside Mustangs will win."
The whole thing. What body would like give me why? Other than you're just a great fan and you want it to happen. Like I can distinguish the two.
Right,
I have some favorite teams. I try not to like expose that, but I have some favorite teams out there, and I generally are not bringing that to this conversation.
Well, here's my problem with Morningside.
Yeah.
I could be the bad guy. Did not win the regular season. Northwestern won the regular season.
Yeah.
Went to the conference tournament, did not win the conference tournament. Hastings won the conference tournament. And you had a shot. You were in the championship game, so it's not like, something – you got all the way there and could –
You got to talk me into –
mark of a team that's going to make a deep run and win it all.
Give me the reasoning why it's going to change. Why? I'm all for – I know things change. Like, people get hurt. Teams lose players. The chemistry gets messed up for a little while. I look at all that. I ask questions. I send DMs and emails to coaches and ADs all over the country. I try to find out what's going on here if it looks like there's an anomaly. I can't find anything on Morningside that tells me why they would all of a sudden just wake up and make a run. I'm not saying their players are bad.
Yeah, right.
But you drop 2 to Jamestown. I mean, I like Jamestown. I like watching them, and I was glad to see them beat Morningside in the basketball realm. But you shouldn't be losing that game. You can't come to me and go, yeah, they're going to win it all, but we dropped 2 to Jamestown.
All right, Dort's gonna. By the way, we got over 100 watching now. Thanks for go ahead, hop in the live chat with your picks. All right, John, Dort. We haven't talked much about Dort, but there is a chance that the GPAC will get 5. Do you think they get in, and if so, what seed?
That arc is weird. It's because they're not giving Chicagoland the love that they probably deserve. GPAC should not get 5. They should not. Okay.
Yeah, Dort is 6th in there. Yeah.
Dort should not get in. Okay. So who's 5th? Who's the 5 team?
In the arc? Or
well, no, in the conference. Again, please don't ever bring me any arc stuff. Like that's wrong. All right, it's just wrong.
Let me bring this on here. There we go. All right, so GPAC, you have Concordia. This is not, this is regular season and tournament, so it's not quite the exact standings, right? Because the conference tournament has some wins, losses. But
so run down
Concordia,
top
Northwestern, 5. Concordia, Northwestern, Hastings, Morningside, and Dort. Dort is 19-10 on the season. They're the only team that did not reach 20 wins, but 12-8 in conference play in the regular season.
Yeah.
Is that
Morningside's number 5?
No, Dort is.
Give me top to bottom, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm going to say Northwestern and Hastings 1-2.
No, on their win-loss, conference win-loss.
Conference win-loss. Okay, so Concordia, Northwestern, Hastings, 3-way tie at 15-5.
Okay.
Morningside,
3-way tie.
14-6. Dort, 12-8, tied with Jamestown at 12-8.
So Dort's number 5.
Dort is 5, absolutely. Yeah, they are the 5th.
That's what I was asking.
Sorry,
you said 6, so that's what kind of threw me.
No, yeah, they would be the 5th.
Yeah, there's no way Dort gets in. There is a way because there is a committee, not me picking. So there is that way.
Right.
But my opinion is that the committee should not let Dort in.
All right. Comments are coming in. Bellevue lost by 11 at William Penn 2 years ago as a 16 seed. If they shoot anywhere around 40 from deep, they can beat a lot of good teams. I agree, 1 win, but more is a reach. So we were talking about this earlier for those joining. Talking about can Bellevue.
Yeah, that's a good response. That's a good response.
Can they make the run? Because if they do beat a 3, they'll have to play a 6. We project potentially Florida College.
Yeah. Fans are going to be fans, man. I love it. I give them all the energy that you can because you can claim that you help with the win, right? But it's not likely. It's just there's less than 1%.
All right, John.
chance.
Kentucky schools. What do you think about the Kentucky schools? Any of them make a Sweet 16 Final Four? He lists them there. Kentucky's that's basketball country.
We did talk a little Union Pikeville a long time ago, earlier in this episode.
Yeah.
But Pikeville, no. Union, no. But yes, Cumberland, yes, Georgetown. Final Four.
Okay, who's more likely to make Final Four, Cumberland's or Georgetown?
Yeah.
Because I mean,
that
would be Cinderella.
I'm a big Cumberland fan. I love that team. I love the way they're exciting. They have not been playing their best basketball the last half of the season, the last half of the conference season. It looks like they're coming around. I'm on the train that says Cumberland can beat anybody. Like they can beat Grace, they can beat Langston. Not likely, but they're one of the few teams on a very short list that I would put in that echelon. Grace and Langston better come and play their best game if you're going to beat them. So that's how much I like Cumberland's. Georgetown is slightly less, but I do have a lot of faith that Georgetown could go Final 16. So very above 50% chance. It's a little better than a coin flip that Georgetown could do something special. So I don't know if we would. Georgetown's so historically strong in the tournament. I I don't feel like saying that. Well, they're a
Tough to pick against
Cinderella. You know,
It's
they're
tough to pick
not.
against them.
They're just always good. They're just really, really good, and they can beat most teams.
We got some more stuff. Olivet, dangerous. They got the conference player of the year.
Coin flip.
This 3-point shooter could be a spoiler in the tourney. I could see it. I do think there is a chance they don't get in, ironically enough. But I think if they do get in, they are dangerous. Speaking of
Okay, so
Mustangs,
Cinderella.
Yeah. Speaking of Mustangs, how about the Central Baptist College Mustangs?
Oh, we were talking about the wrong Mustangs, weren't we?
That's okay. Okay, how about so Tanner back here? I agree the ARC is bad formula, but doesn't the selection committee use it to determine who gets in and seeds?
That's a great question, and I was of the same mind too until 2 weeks ago, and I had a so we talked to a lot of people, obviously, in around. I won't say who, but someone that knows their stuff. They kind of straightened me out a little bit on how ARC works in the decision maker's mind. Think of it as a pool of the best teams, the consideration of the best teams. And it sometimes looks like they're ranked by number, but they're really not. A lot of times, especially when you get a ARC that has strong parity, they just kind of pull them together and just say, yes, this team, this team, this team, this team. And sometimes the RPI can have some influence. But here's the important thing to think. There's 19 guys that sit around yesterday and they go, who are we putting in these 28 at-large openings? Who are we going to put in? Well, we already figured out 4 of them. And those 4 they had to figure out because of hosting rights. And so they got that figured out. Now there's only 24 teams yesterday that the 19 guys had to figure out. So if you go and read the NAIA manual, you'll see that they go through these series of votes, and they have this large pool. They start with maybe, they don't reveal how many because it can change every year. But we're guessing somewhere between 50 and 70 teams make this large pool of teams that could be considered for the final 28, or in this case 24. And they start to vote. 19 guys vote on it. Every time a vote happens, the teams that go through have to have 70% of the conference, the confidence, not conference. They have to get 70% of the 19 to give them thumbs up. Now you can imagine that's going to take a little while. This is, you could go read it, James. You might have. It's in the policy manual of how they consider the selection committee. They tell you exactly how they do it. And then so I went through it, I read it together with some other guys that know what they're doing. They're not voters, but
very exciting stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, comments I need to get to, but yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
so anyway, that's the breakdown. All right. So the question is, how seriously do those 19 guys take the ARC? And I asked that specific question to a group of guys that really know what they're talking about. And they say, not very much. Not very much. It's part of the consideration, but it is not how it works. Can someone be, you look at the ARC and you look at 14, can number 14 on that piece of paper in that ARC be considered above 4? Absolutely, happens all the time. So that's why I say when you read that, you kind of have to have a grain of salt kind of concept and see that is a big pool of guys that are good, or teams that are good enough to make the pool. Don't consider it as literal 1 through 16 in each ARC. It doesn't work well that way. And you have to consider geographical location, the conference that they play in, all that. And those are things that ARC number doesn't represent. So that is just my quick, a little bit weedy dissertation. So about how ARC works, it's not really taken that seriously.
We talked about Cornerstone earlier. Kurt's asking, what about Cornerstone in Michigan? James says, what seed do you see Cornerstone pointed out they have a very high RPI, which we are not very big on. You're going to get us on a rant, but hey, John, 14 wins in a row, 19 out of 20.
Yeah, Cornerstone's legit.
7. It seems low for an RPI 12. I would imagine strength of schedule somehow plays into that. But they're a team that is hot right now.
So just take your obvious common sense body of work check on Cornerstone. And what does the optics test? If you've seen them play, I'm sure whoever's asking this has probably seen them a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think Cornerstone is a 9 seed. If you just want my just quick opinion.
You're saying that's where they'll put them?
I think, no, that's where I would put them.
Oh, you would put them at 9, okay.
It's extremely hard to say what this selection committee will do.
It is tough.
I mean, where did Hoops Report put him?
Let me pull that up.
I would bet he probably had a similar.
Let's see. He had Cornerstone.
They're good. They're one of the teams I have seen quite a bit.
7 in the listing bracket. He has them playing.
So they got set. He's got them at 7. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I think it might be a little high for what the committee gets them to. But I would agree. I could put them at 7. I definitely could. I kind of am leaning towards 9 with the committee, but you just never know. But I do like them, and good coach.
Yeah,
really good coach. Really good coach. So one of the things one of the metrics I use on my optic test is how much do the players move around on the court when they don't have the ball, or there's not the play is not specifically run to them.
Yep.
And Marion has probably best off-ball movement of any team I've seen in the NAIA. Langston is really good at it. Surprisingly, I find that Grace is not one of the. I wouldn't even put them in the top 10 of best off-ball movement, but they have so many other great factors. Oh no, that part can wane and they can still beat you a lot of other ways.
Going back to Cornerstone, if they're a 7, we
Cornerstone falls into that category. They move great without the ball.
I could see them beating a 10, and then they'd have a 2 seed. We have Point Park in this very mock bracket, but that would be very interesting. What about John? We talked about Union
Cornerstone
earlier.
Point Park. Wow, that would be a great
game. And with a shot with Kansas City on the line. John, Union Kentucky 14 game winning streak, 25-6. They got the auto bid. They have a lot of things working for them.
And what conference do they play in? So okay. I don't want to just jump up and down on Appalachian, but you're in the bottom tier conference, so it's hard to put a lot of stake in 14 in a row in a conference you should be winning 14 in a row in. So I mean, they did what they did, right? They did what they were supposed to in that conference. It still doesn't give a ton of confidence when you have to play teams like Georgetown, Cumberland's, Freed-Hardeman, Tennessee Southern. I don't have a ton of confidence because of the weakness of the conference. I'm not saying that they can't do something special. Maybe winning breeds a lot of confidence, and if you can take that confidence into the tournament sector, and use that to be, fuel, then you could do anything. Anybody can do anything. And I just don't know enough about Union or Pikeville to go where they create matchup problems. So I need to do a little deeper dive to see, are they truly matchup problems for certain teams? If I could get a better handle on their style, I probably would be more confident in saying, they're going to be a bracket buster kind of team. But I just don't think they are, based solely on the weakness of the conference.
All right, we got. We'll go through some quickly here. You can give us your quick takes.
Right.
Bellevue pulls Langston like that bracket projection, they only lost to them by 5 earlier this year. I do not remember that game, but if so,
I do remember that. I do
Okay.
remember that. Okay, anomaly, right? And I want to say Anthony Roy didn't play that game. I don't think Anthony Roy played that game. And if you don't know who Anthony Roy is, he's going to be one of the top 3 considerations for Player of the Year.
So
there's
they
that.
Win
Okay.
over Arizona Christian, pretty dominant, really, and they played close with Freed Hardeman. Is that a Union we're talking about right there? If you could clarify that for us, Mikey. You got a Northwestern, could be dangerous in the tournament.
I do think so.
We agree
I
on
do
that.
think so.
have
Not deep dangerous, but
Yeah.
early dangerous.
Florida College, Kaiser, St. Thomas.
Yeah.
Memorial,
Weber
and
International.
what's AMU? Yeah. Could
This
they
is
get 7 or 6?
this is a Sun.
Possible, but by the way, at 6 o'clock, I'm
No.
waiting for this video to pop up. It is
No, we'll cut
not
away
right now.
when NAIA. We want everybody to watch that. That is very exciting. I can't wait to watch it.
So they uploaded it. It is not live.
Is it viewable yet?
It is viewable all the way
So
through.
yeah, we'll tell everybody when it's viewable if you're hanging in there with us. But or you maybe you guys check. I don't 100% trust all Dallas internet, to be honest with you. But no, 4 get in from Sun. 4. So Florida College is not the Sun, by the way. They are the best team in their conference, which is the Independent Continental Conference. So just to make that clear. But there will be 4. There'll be St. Thomas, Ave Marie, Florida Mem, and Kaiser. Those are your 4. And I'm kind of a fan of Weber International. I played college ball in D2 college ball in Florida, so I'm familiar with Weber International. They were kind of not good back then, but I just kind of like what they've done over the last few years with that team, and I believe they got a really good coach. I just kind of a believer in the program itself. So wish they could make it, but they're not going to.
Well,
I should say I will be surprised if they do. That's a lot of
there's
love.
it's weird. They did not do a premiere. They just
So
posted
can you
the
just
video.
play it?
Yeah, I mean,
If they
I
can,
see the whole bracket if you
we'll
wanna
cut
go to
away.
that.
We're going to do a show, a post-reveal show tomorrow. So if you guys want to weigh in and say, point the finger, you were wrong, or whatever.
Yeah.
I enjoy all the snowballs. I'm a huge fan of throw snowballs my way. I don't care because it's out of my hands. It's not my hands. I can only tell you what I would do. And we, James and I, we spend a lot of time, not nearly as much time as the Hoops guy report does. Those guys are terrific, man. So I think he's doing something tomorrow, and I definitely want to catch that. I just love that people are interested in NAIA basketball. And this is a wonderful time of the year, most glorious time of the year. March Madness is upon us. And you guys check us out tomorrow. And can you watch it, James? Is it official?
Yeah,
all right. Tell everybody to go watch it.
Yeah.
And
go watch it. Well, they're commenting already with their teams and where they're at.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. I kind of want to stay live, but also I don't want to detract. So, I mean, I guess people can multitask.
I was going to say, they're.
Can you cut right to the end?
Yes, I could put it on
That
screen
is
if you
so
want.
shabby, man. Come on,
They just
NAIA.
posted it. They just posted it. There's no live anymore. It's just, here's the video, watch through it, or just skip to the end to see the bracket.
Dadgummit. Come on, NAIA. You guys can do
lose
better.
some drama. There's some drama lost there.
I want the drama in the way that I just want them to do the best they can. Like maybe it's they don't understand, but it's no fun if you can click through to the end.
Yeah.
Like just air it live. You
I
could
don't
record
quite
and still
understand
air it live.
the man.
Bummer. So you got it. So
yeah,
you got it.
I do.
Well,
If you
put
want
it up. Go ahead and put it up. If they didn't take the time to do it live,
All
then
right,
I don't feel
here
sorry
it
for
is. Here's your bracket. Now it's small and we can scrub through, but the
them. Can
main
you
thing
blow
is,
it up? Because it's hard for me.
It is well, it's in the YouTube format at the moment.
Oh,
The big,
yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing. Dort is in
No.
at 12.
Okay.
Dort
Well, we know
is
they're the
in at
darlings. The
12.
G-Pack's the darlings. Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
That's ridiculous.
I'm saying click through here a little bit. We can. Does it get any closer on some of this? Okay, there we go. It's a little better. And then I'll do this to make it.
Okay. Yeah. That helps. This
All right,
is
this is
which bracket
Naismith.
is this?
Naismith.
Oh, this is the number 1 bracket.
Yeah, so Naismith, Grayson, Washington, and Venice. No surprise there. 8-9, Union and Ottawa. Wow. Let's see, 5-12, Northwestern. St. Mary of the Woods gets a 12 seed. Win the River States, you get a 12. That's all you
Evangel
get.
got in.
How about, Evangel down there at number 15, which, KCAC, they did get that win against Oklahoma Wesleyan. Not a great tournament run, but Florida Mem at 2, we kind of said.
They shouldn't be at 2, yeah.
Sagu does get the 7 like we predicted. They'll host
Baker.
there. Baker's kind of scary. Careful.
Yeah, you talk about who. So
Wait a second.
Evangel gets to play Florida
That's hard.
Mem.
Evangel, Florida Mem.
Yeah.
And that means Florida Mem is going out to Texas to play. So that's that's going to be a long.
That's
relatively
unfortunate
long
for Florida Memorial. That's just unfortunate. I feel like while everybody's going to kind of pound your chest when you get a higher seeding, I think that is a disservice to Florida Mem.
Well, how about Hope International pulling a 6 seed with Lewis Clark State at 11? Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Montana Tech they are gonna host Wayland Baptist. We talked about that. That's a trip from Texas up to Montana. That's an interesting pod.
Bro.
But all teams west. of
Montana
Texas.
Tech don't know what they're in for. Like they're about to find out. Like I'm sure they're going to scout it, but Michael Belfield.
So
Yeah, are you kidding me?
yeah.
Like who they like they're going to have a hard time with that.
How about that?
That is an upset.
Oh my goodness.
That's
Look
a
at that
coin flip.
Look at
Upset.
Northwestern pod. Northwestern, St. Mary of the Woods, Oregon Tech, Kaiser. Who's coming out of that?
Okay, where is it?
Right above it, in the upper kind of part.
Okay.
The winner.
Northwestern pulled St. Mary of the Woods
Yes,
at 12.
5-12.
Oh.
I know. And Oregon Tech's going to have to go out to Iowa, and so that's a lot of traveling there. But Oregon Tech, Kaiser will play. And then the winner plays.
So
I don't know. That feels like a coin flip. Who's winning that pod? Like, who's getting to the 16? Because that's crazy. Those are 4 very good teams in that pod.
Oh man,
Guys are at
there was a
13s.
lot of emotional kind of stacking here. Like Northwestern at 5. Wow. OUAZ got in. Unbelievable.
Well, we were right. We had Grace and Montana Tech in this, and that ended up being absolutely correct. We had Oregon Tech at 7. They got 4. Wow.
Yeah, that's a little high, but 5, I could have pushed them to 5.
We had Northwestern at 5, so that was right. Let's see, 6, they had Hope. We did not have Hope International that high. We had them at 8. But,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Wow, there's gonna be who does OUAZ play?
Union.
Man, that's really high for Union. I feel that's a
Well,
setup.
they're on that winning streak, like they said. Maybe there's some recency bias.
Yeah, I okay, all right. Anybody that pulls that whole Grace deal, sorry. But at least you made it. At least you made it. That's at least you got in.
Let's see here. Chat is blowing up.
I bet. So
Very interesting bracket
okay.
for sure.
Hey, all you G Packers, I hate it for you. Northwestern's about to get tossed. That was just unfortunate. That would like that. I want you guys, don't send me your hate mail. Send it to the 19 guys on the committee because that was a travesty. I just don't think people were watching basketball.
All right, so that is it right there.
Yeah, man, how did that happen to Northwestern? That is, I think Northwestern's good, but that shouldn't have happened to them. That was just misseeding. That was a misseed on the St. Mary Woods part.
You're saying? Are you saying? Oh, St. Mary's too low. Okay. You're fine with Northwestern. Yeah, we had them at
I think Hastings should have got the 5. Where did Hastings get?
Well, I'm about to skip through and find out. Let's go here. Let me go back to that video.
Oh yeah, that's tough because you're in the video.
Yeah.
If Hastings is below 5, then I disagree with that.
Put that up. All right. They were in the Freed bracket. Hastings at 7 down there. They play MacU.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But Freed Hardeman got number 1.
Yeah,
sorry.
And that just tells me Hoops Report's got an inside track because there's no way that anybody would like.
And Oklahoma Wesleyan gets the.
And I think that might have been. Here's the thing. That might have been a geo thing. I would like going to Wichita State. Wichita, Kansas. If you ask, I'm sure Coach Bostwick is fine with 2 playing that close to home if that's the way it had to be. So those are the little tricky things. Those are the really tricky things about how the seeding works. So I think Freed Hardeman got a gift. They're definitely not a number 1 seed. And so, okay, let's see. Who's 8-9 in that?
Okay.
Point Park.
How about
Freed Hardeman? That's what we asked for, though. Freed Hardeman Point Park. We remember just a little while ago, we said we wanted to see Freed Hardeman Point Park.
And
if that could happen, that's how you make it happen right there. So I'm actually glad Freed Hardeman gets the 1 there because they're going to run into Point Park. And that is going to be a good game. That's a coin flip. That's a coin flip game. 2 teams that know how to win. So that's going to be a slugfest.
Well, a couple of things to note. Bethel gets in, so that means probably 5 from the Crossroads. And number 3 in this bracket, Mid-America Nazarene. Did not win their tournament, but still a lot of respect.
They're really good. They're really, really good. I don't have a problem with that.
I just noticed number 12.
Who's 14 on that? Who's
14 is Central Baptist.
Okay.
But Weber International at number 12. That means the Sun gets 5 in. Interesting. I did not think that was going to happen.
The Sun got 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they got an inside track over there. So somebody released the thing because there's no way Weber should get in. Like that doesn't even make sense.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. As much as I wanted them to get in, they just didn't make sense.
Whoops. Cleared out the bracket on me. I was going to go to the next one. All right, so we had a lot of we had Langston, we had
those are obvious. Those are obvious.
Although you had Point Park at the 2 seed. They put them at 8 and then they end up
Of course they did. No, that's where when I was clear, I'm saying that's where I'm going to put them. That's where they need to go. But the problem is the bias is showing up. The there's not a there could be a possible grudge there because Point Park's leaving the NAIA.
Yeah, there could be maybe a little bit of a.
Just going to call it what it is.
Go ahead and you get to play, number 1 team on your way out. Good luck.
You
like Concordia?
I'm just telling you though, bro, that somebody didn't like Freed Hardeman.
They did not like them?
Well, they might have thought they did, but putting them against Point Park, bro.
Man, I don't know. No, I don't. River State is not getting a lot of love. Obviously, St. Mary Wood's low.
For St.
What I'm saying is,
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a bias there. There's a anti-River State's bias. But how do you beat bias? You go create the upsets. It's going to be a real good game. I think coin flip for Point Park and Freed Hardeman. I think St. Mary of the Woods just wins. They just win. That was unfortunate for Northwestern. Let's see.
All right.
Bethel,
Let's put that back.
LSUA.
Oh, sorry. I'll go back. Yeah, there you go.
Man, that's tough for LSUA.
Yeah. No, that is real tough.
That
is.
I don't know if I like that for them. We'll see. Yeah. That's a tough one. That's a really, really tough one. I give the edge to Bethel. Barely, but I give it to them. MNAS wins. Hastings Mac U. Two big men. Two bigs going against each other.
Is it Hurd?
That's going to be a slobber knocker.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah, man. It will be.
Yeah. No, it's going to be all right, let's see here if I got the next one. All right, so here's your Langston. Here's your Langston bracket.
I kind of like Oklahoma Wesleyan's path there. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, IU Northwest against Concordia there.
Langston's going to roll.
How about Huntington down there at the 11? They were 13 last year, had an early exit. I feel like Antelope Valley 6. 6 when you have who's the 5? Kansas Wesleyan's 5, Antelope Valley 6, Tennessee Southern at 7. Whew. Tennessee Southern Tougaloo. That's your opening round matchup.
All right. Here. Let's just do. We won't go any further than 16. I'm gonna just do a superficial. Who's making it to 16? That's going to be Langston. I literally have that's a hard because the guys that were talking so good about Northeast, I'm gonna say, wow, really? Am I gonna say that?
Yes, say it.
Langston Concordia go to the Sweet 16 or the Super 16.
You picking
Langston Concordia.
Why Concordia over one of those purple schools?
Because they're blue. Like Concordia's pretty good. Concordia's pretty good. I think they could be a problem.
That's one of the toughest ones to pick, just because I feel like those are very
evenly
matched.
Yeah.
In that pod.
Yep. I think Concordia beats Kansas Wesleyan. All right, so I'm just trying to find a way who doesn't win more than who wins, and I come up with Langston Concordia, and then wow, that's a pretty easy path for Huntington. It's going to be Huntington, Indiana Wesleyan in the Sweet 16 or the Super 16.
Wow. Huntington and Indiana Wesleyan?
Langston.
So you're just picking
Concordia.
the Crossroads teams.
Well, I'm picking the best teams, but Langston, Concordia, Huntington, Indiana Wesleyan. Who's beating Wesleyan? Just look at it. Go ahead and look at it. Who's beating Wesleyan? Nobody.
I think the closest is going to be that Tennessee Southern as long as they take care of business against Tougaloo. I think that's the closest because they've taken care of Huntington. I don't think it's Antelope Valley. I don't think Antelope Valley's getting them. Arizona Christian's probably my next best pick, but I think Tennessee Southern and
that ain't gonna happen.
Arizona Christian.
Yeah. You know as well as I do. That ain't happening.
It's very likely you'll see.
I
mean, man, that'd be fun to see Langston play Indiana Wesleyan. That'd be a very good game.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say the bracket buster there is going to be St. Cat's over Arizona Christian.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
St. Catherine over Arizona Christian. You're picking
Okay,
St.
well,
Catherine.
I'm looking at the potential. I like Tougaloo, Tennessee Southern could be a bracket buster, but there's only a couple games that I would consider like literal bracket buster kind of thing, and that would be those two. So, I mean, if I got to pick a bracket buster there, it's not super likely, but if I were to pick one, it would be the St. Cat's Arizona Christian. I mean, are you going to pick Tougaloo over Tennessee Southern? Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, hang on. We got some.
Maybe.
John Weber deserves to be in. You're insane.
Nah.
You're insane.
Sorry, guys. They don't.
Weber.
I want them
12
in.
Playing 5, right here on screen. 5
Yeah,
playing 12. Play the Masters, and they'll be in Florida. Yeah, St. Thomas hosting. Yeah, so Masters are going to take the trip. There is a chance Weber can win this game, John. There is a very legitimate chance with the travel. How far? I don't know how far it is Weber to St. Thomas. I don't know if the campus is that.
It's not.
well,
It's like
but
4 hours.
Yeah, nothing. That's nothing.
It's not bad.
Masters is lucky to be 4 hours only on the plane. Like, no, that's huge. I think that's an upset brewing. That's upset brewing.
Okay, I like your
My optimism.
logic use there.
I'm with you, Ryan. Weber. I don't know
Hey,
about deserving to be in, but
Okay, check this out. I don't like Point Park going against Texas College.
you don't like it? What
I
does that mean?
think there's more of a problem with Texas College at Point Park than Freed Hardeman in Point Park. I think I think Point Park gets more of a problem with Texas College than they do Freed
Really?
Hardeman. Yeah.
Interesting. I feel like 9's very high for Texas College for just the totality of their season.
I don't know. They're good.
They are very good, but they definitely heated up at the end. They did not win the regular season. They did not win the tournament. I think that does matter in a conference where we're very unsure. Like you said, there's no baseline there.
All right. So Freed
9 is
Hardeman
high.
Point Park will play a very stylistically similar type of game.
I agree.
Point Park can go a lot of ways. So stylistically, they can play with Freed Hardeman. Like Freed Hardeman's kind of big, but they're a bit slow. They can shoot. They can shoot well from perimeter, which I don't think Point Park is great from the perimeter. So that is their path to beat Point Park if they get to play. I'd like to see it. But if Point Park can get Freed in a run game, it's all Point Park.
Man.
Which I think they will try to do. Hold on, go back. But Texas College, I think Texas College can outrun Point Park. I don't like either one of those for Freed Hardeman, to be honest with you. Hey, this is the problem.
That's a fun pod. That's gonna be a fun pod out there.
This is the
in
problem with
Tennessee.
like putting ones that don't really deserve to be ones. I'm just saying.
He's just saying. Roosevelt's a 4 seed in the Madonna bracket.
We kind of felt that was coming.
See, is that in
We kind of felt that was coming.
Roosevelt's a 4?
Yeah.
Where is that? Put that. There it is, Madonna. Madonna's got Dort, and then they'll play Roosevelt. That's kind of what we were thinking. They would end up playing each other. They are nearby, different conferences. Good chance they end up in the pod. They do. I believe Madonna's hosting that pod as well. Still, that's not a long way for most of those schools. I mean, that is not a long trip. And I'm going to go on the record now, John. I'm just going to go ahead on the record. Say Madonna gets out of this bracket, this pod. Madonna will host.
For 16?
Yeah, I think they're going to go play College of Idaho, unless Cornerstone can upset Idaho. I think that's
Madonna Roosevelt.
Idaho, Madonna.
I mean, Shawnee State's going to be a tough test for Roosevelt.
Roosevelt's good. Roosevelt's very good.
So back-to-back games.
That's my upset.
Who could? So you think Madonna Roosevelt will be our matchup, though?
I do, yeah. Yes.
I do think that
Roosevelt's strong. They're very strong. Like we said,
yeah.
we think they're the best out of Chicagoland GPAC. I think they get the win against a third team out of River States.
I
think
that-
Madonna
I
gets
think-
the edge against Dordt just from the home crowd.
Yeah.
Really, I think that's a huge boost. And
I think
against
it's more likely that neither of these are likely, but it is a better chance that Shawnee State upsets Roosevelt than Dordt upsets Madonna.
You think it's more likely Shawnee gets the upset?
Than Dordt. Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. I'd have to think about that. It's tough though. They're very similarly seated, this part of the bracket. But
Yeah.
and in reality, the seeds really mean nothing as far as like they could have.
Georgetown, Olivet, Nazarene. I'm not excited about that one for Georgetown.
Yeah,
that could be tough.
And that's in the
That could be-
Morningside pot.
And I
or
think
host site.
Georgetown's better, but
Yeah,
there could be a little matchup challenge.
I do
there.
like Morningside against Lords. I just don't know if man.
Nah, Lords wins.
How does Morningside, they get the 3 seed. I want to say that's the highest of all the GPAC teams. Again, did not win conference or tournament, and they get a lot of love. They are great. Everything they get, they're getting all the love, John. All the love.
Who?
Morningside.
Of course.
Man. Just wow. That's
No, the GPAC's the darlings, man. They're going to get any kind of favor that, if there is any favor to give, they're going to get it. So that's, I mean, that's all right. That's all right.
all right.
I mean, that's a historically, insanely great athletic program.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm
But
not
still.
hating about it. I just
Seems high.
Lords wins.
All
Lords
right.
wins that
We've
game.
talked a lot about this team, but John, since we were
Big
projecting
baller.
them, we were projecting them to be, a top.
I like their path.
You
I do
their
like
path?
their path.
Let's take a look at it. So they
I do
got
like their
Peru
path.
State, the hot team, the hot hand, and then they'll have to play the winner of Hastings MacU.
I think Hastings and Oklahoma Wesleyan look a lot alike. I like Oklahoma Wesleyan's ability to ugly the game more than Hastings. So Hastings is going to have a problem with MacU, and that's going to take a lot out of them. Oklahoma Wesleyan is not going to have too much problem with Peru State. So they're going to be a little fresher. They're going to come in. I think they're going to be a little more focused. Their style leans into they're going to play better defense than Hastings, and I think the bigs are going to be fun to watch. In that pod, it's going to be about how well do the bigs play. I just think I really like Oklahoma Wesleyan's get to the 16. I like that path. Makes sense to me for them.
Do you like them all the way to the round of 8?
Man,
like
if they have to play Bethel,
Bethel's the 11. They're not even they're the second lowest seed in their group.
yeah,
Mid-America Nazarene.
yeah.
is
Okay,
very high up.
so pay no attention to the seating. Okay, this
Pay
is
none.
very little. This is they jacked it up, obviously. It is what it is. I mean, we kind of knew there's a lot of parity in the middle, right? So
There really is this year.
and I say that a little tongue in cheek, like they messed it up. They kind of did, but what else are you going to do, right? I mean, it's easy to mess up. It's really Okay. All right.
He asked, "What do you think?" He thinks they're winning.
I don't think they're winning
because
it all.
They are the best team in the nation, John.
Yeah.
Fly Eagles fly. Is that?
Unfortunately, that's not true. I like Coach Boswick and what he can get out of his teams. This is a Ironman type of race, and it does not fit teams that are not super deep and that have to just rely on the game being dirty the whole time. It just doesn't. It may help them get to the 16. It's going to be a lot tougher. Man, if you guys have to play, if they have to play Bethel, Wow.
Round one.
Not round
Or not,
one.
not round one. Sorry, I was looking at
Three.
Alexandria, going, wow, round one. You get the.
That's unfortunate
I mean,
for Alexandria. This
yeah,
is just
you
an
get the
example
6th
where
seed, and
where it gets messed up.
Man,
It's
you win your
it's
conference outright. You do all the right things. You get to the tournament, and you're playing
disparity
a
of
Bethel team
conference play. The disparity of conference play.
That's going to be a great game. I'm
Like,
looking.
anybody
forward to
can win anything. Like any one of these teams, anybody at this level, like anybody can win, right? Things happen. So I'm just talking about likelihood of the way things, the probabilities of the way things work out. St. Thomas should move on. I'm kind of with you on that. Could be a problem for the Masters. I don't think that Weber wins, but
No.
I think it's going to be a good game. I think it's
Here's
going to
what
be a
I
real
think.
good game.
I think the winner up at that Freed-Hardeman host site, I think the winner of that is going to the round of 8. Like, I think they will beat either Masters, Weber, St. Thomas, Pikeville. I think they work their way through there. And I'm not 100% sold on Freed-Hardeman. I think they played great this year. They're obviously the favorite.
I
They're
think
the
they're
one
a
seed.
good team. They're
But
fine.
you're telling me if Texas College beats Freed-Hardeman, they go to Kansas City and they're not going to make it round of 8? Like, Texas College is really good. So, and Point Park, same thing. I can see them making a run.
Yeah, I get it.
Maybe I can just talk myself in any team. St. Thomas is,
No.
they had a run at the end of the season
Listen.
to get the title. But
I don't know who the 19 are on the selection committee. I mean, we kind of know because it kind of tells you part of them. But my estimation is these guys watch the stats more than they watch the teams. So
you're saying just more of a numbers thing.
this
Okay.
feels very numbers mixed with bias, conference biases.
Yeah.
And just kind of the way it works. It's not very logical.
Speaking of conference bias, Concordia robbed of the 1 seed. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second.
That's
hold on a
awesome.
second.
I love it.
Where's
I love
they
it.
they got the 4.
Yeah, they got robbed.
And speaking of, actually, Concordia, Nebraska winning it all. They got IU Northwest in the first round, and then they've got to play the winner
that's
of
gonna be tough.
Wesley and Shreveport. And if you can get out,
Hey, remember your boy right here.
Yeah.
Your boy got him to the Sweet 16. So I predicted they go
the
to
sweetest
the super
16, yes,
the sweetest of 16s. So I'm a believer. I believe, but bro, if you haven't seen Langston, I'm sorry.
Saying, even if you have the capacity to get out of, that's a tough pot. But
That's
if
just-
you can, you
that's
go to
unfortunate.
Kansas City, and your first game is almost certainly going. It will definitely be Langston.
Yeah.
There is no way Langston loses Philander Smith. There's no way they're losing to Southwestern or Ave Maria. All due respect, Langston will be in Kansas City, and that'll be you're welcome. Welcome to the tournament. Welcome to Municipal Auditorium. There are 5 thoroughbreds there ready to run over you. Good luck.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's
Concordia's
kinda,
good too.
it's
a
no,
bummer.
that's-
It's a bummer.
just
You get to that's
a little
the
bit
team.
bummer.
The 2 teams you don't want. Your first game in Kansas City. It's going to be Grace. It's going to be Langston, and you got one of them. So
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
play hard. Play hard.
You get that. You get a trip to Kansas City.
You do.
I believe they're going to Kansas City.
I do too. I think the one thing is if you maybe being in Kansas City helps them in a way that Langston is maybe they are uncomfortable playing in that gym or something.
No.
That's the best
Not this
chance
year.
for the team out of that host site.
Yeah,
to
not
make a
this
run
year.
To the
Not this year.
the esteemed 8 or whatever you want to call the next round. there
I'm
in
gonna go
Kansas
ahead and predict it right now. Langston beats Concordia by 22. Write it down.
22.
Yeah.
All right.
Matter of fact, just fill in the blank. If Concordia doesn't make it, Shreveport or Kansas Wesleyan, it's all by 22.
So I'll say, okay, I want to go quickly back to the Freed-Hardeman bracket because we had a comment on this. How was Freed-Hardeman not deserving of the number 1 seed, John? Only 2 losses since November. Georgetown, Cumberlands, who are both in the tournament. All 4 losses to teams in the tournament. Only 1 at home. Wins over Cumberlands, Georgetown, Tougaloo, Tennessee Southern Union. All those are tournament teams.
Yeah.
Why are they not?
You got some decent wins because there's some better teams than Freed Hardeman. You can't just go by. I mean, yeah, we have to go by wins and losses, and you did what you were supposed to do, and you got a couple, good wins on the resume. That's good. I noticed you didn't mention they lost to Sagu.
Yeah, I left that off. Oh, so
I mean, again, you gotta keep in context. This is splitting hairs. So we're not saying Freed Hardeman is not good. They're just at best a number 2 seed.
why do you? Okay, so you said Oklahoma Wesleyan was the other one, if I recall correctly. That is the other
Yes.
that should have been. If not, then
Yes.
let's just say you move Freed Hardeman to the 2 seed, right?
Yeah.
In that bracket, right?
Yeah.
You're saying Oklahoma Wesleyan deserves it because they had the better record, 2 losses on the season versus 4 or 5 of Freed Hardeman. It's the, I mean,
I think
okay, well, it's a weaker conference. I think we can say KC.
I can only
weaker than
project,
Mid-South.
right? Because we don't know. There's no way to know because they're not matched up. They haven't played
Yeah.
this year. So I'm going stylistically. They're going to play a similar type game.
Yeah.
Defense beats Freed Hardeman. That's what we know. That's how Sagu beat them. That's every time I've seen them play, they get out defense when they lose. Oklahoma Wesleyan is arguably top. I'm gonna just give some cushion. I believe they're top 2 defensive team in the nation. Maybe the best defensive team in the nation, but I'm gonna just say for giggles, top 3 defensive team in the nation. Freed Hardeman is not top 5 defensive team in the nation. And while they're good, they got size. They need to shoot the ball really well, and the pressure gets to them. Georgetown puts pressure on them, and they folded. They folded down. The time they beat Georgetown, they shot above their average, and I watched both of those games. So I got some good optics on Freed Hardeman. I'm just telling you, they're not going to beat Indiana West. They're not that good. There are quite a few teams I could run through that are just better than Freed Hardeman. They're kind of the beneficiary of being in the right place at the right time to get that number 1. And I'm just telling you, I know it feels good to be number 1. Man. But if you're not number 1 and you don't get to the Final Four, it's a bit of a loss. Wouldn't you rather be where you should be around the 2-3 mark and then make your run and kind of topple off the teams that you're probably more in line with and get to Final 8 and have a good game? They're not going to. They're not. That's just not going to happen for them.
Let me ask you this. Let's just say in this bracket, the way it's set up, let's just say Freed and Oklahoma Wesleyan, you're just swapping them back and forth. If you could pick, which would you pick? Because look at the second round.
To what? To pick what? If
to
I
pick
could
which,
pick what?
would you rather be the 1 or 2 seed in this bracket, keeping every other team 3 through 16 and locked in? Would you rather be the 1 or the 2? Because I think there's a case that the 2 seed has a better track to, through their to the round of 16.
I can just tell you if
Because you have Point Park, Texas College. second
Freed
round.
Hardeman, Oklahoma Wesleyan. I do not want to play Point Park. I do not want to play Texas College. Those are out of that whole. When you look at that whole bracket, those are 2 teams that are very deadly. And man, you are going to have any team is going to have a tough time with those 2 teams.
Yeah.
I'm
saying, it probably should have been. Would like to have been 2.
So
Oklahoma Wesleyan might have gotten the advantage. But
they did get the advantage.
Yeah.
They did. I think when Donnie Boswick looks at this, he goes, "Oh, thank God!" He's got a great path.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Those teams match up really well for him.
Yeah, say the
The other
finish this
teams do
off.
not.
15-16 here. These are conference tournament winners, so they're a little hot heading into the play next week.
I judged a little more on style.
Yeah.
Like play style.
But it'll be interesting. It's an interesting bracket.
Yeah.
See what else is there anything else you wanted to cover here? Oh, we haven't talked much on this. Well, I guess, we did. We talked
Jessup,
about,
they got Jessup. That's funny.
16, they got them in there. So is that, let's see, Hope. I know I saw Hope, Ottawa. Yeah, so they got 5 from the GSAC. It's generous. It's good. We'll see. John, I have to wonder sometimes if they're in there so that they can just go up to Idaho because it'll be nearby because I knew Idaho is going to be top seed. I don't know. I'm starting conspiracy theory a little bit, but 16, yeah, send the California team to Idaho. Someone's got to go there.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna kind of go back to Freed Hardeman. I think Freed Hardeman and Georgetown are kind of equal. And wouldn't you rather the Georgetown bracket?
Let's see, where'd they? Yeah, they're 6.
I like Georgetown's
chances there.
Yeah, man, they're a problem for all those teams.
Interesting.
They're a problem.
That's a tough kind of branch because you do have a tough team like we've talked about 10 with Marion, and if Marion doesn't get out, you're playing Tennessee Southern, Florida College. Tennessee Southern can be very.
Well, no,
good.
they're going to get to
I'm
I'm talking about getting to the 16.
Oh, just to there? Oh,
yeah, getting to Kansas City. That's the objective right now.
No,
That's the very first objective.
I would rather be Georgetown than Freed Hardeman as far as
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
Absolutely.
But that's because I would say we have a lot of respect for Point Park. We have a lot of respect for the danger that the Texas college play style brings. I don't know that.
I'm going to play style.
If you don't have that respect, then you're like, cool, I'll take an 8-9. I don't.
Yeah.
I'd rather not play Morningside.
Yeah. It's all about the matchup.
I mean, again,
it's all about the matchup.
I know the Morningside fans, if they're still here, we still got a lot of people watching, but if the Morningside fans are here, I've said it like 5 times through this marathon that they haven't won. They have not won the conference that is the elite one, right?
Georgetown wins, Lords wins. So it's going to be Georgetown Lords. Man, that is a little tricky, but
wait, what do you mean Georgetown Lords? You're saying Lords beats Morningside?
Oh, 100%.
That like you're locking in the pick right now? Like you're confident Lord? Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
Goodness.
Lords wins that game.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know that that's not a coin flip.
Are the Stang fans still in the chat because it's about to
listen.
Man,
it's all right.
Lords,
it's all right.
I don't know.
It's all right.
I don't know about that one, but
yeah,
I do
Lords
like
wins.
But I do. But I am with your overall. Yeah, I'd rather be Georgetown than Freed Hardeman with the way this bracket's set up, holding all other things equal.
Yeah, I'd rather be Georgetown, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's unfortunate. Like sometimes you in the NAIA, the way they do the bracket, kind of got to throw out the seed numbers a little bit. Not in every case, but for the most part. And you go look at the matchups, the matchup problems. This really helps to know play styles and to have seen a lot of NAIA basketball, and that's what I'm saying. You can't just totally create matchups for matchup's sake either. So I'm not saying that the selection committee has to do that. I'm just saying sometimes when you get it wrong and then it becomes a matchup problem, then it's going to become a beef later and those kind of things. But
thoughts on Cornerstone in
Cornerstone. Cornerstone wins by 15-17 there.
Where's that?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, Cornerstone. Yeah, against College of Idaho. Yeah.
Yeah, Cornerstone wins that.
I think Carroll got a little bit overseeded. I mean,
what are you going to do? I mean, it's close.
They're 19
I think that's
on
close.
the season.
I think that's pretty close.
That's so tough, though. Like, Frontier is not a conference where you say they beat up each other all year. It's just not one of those conferences. So to be 8 games above 500, get a 9 seed. I'm a little skeptical on that. I think that is a great way for I mean, I guess they're there probably. I say that it's because they're Montana. They're nearby Idaho. That's probably the reason that was chosen. But really tough, though. I think Cornerstone gets an advantage there. I think it's a great path. Good luck with College of Idaho, but Oregon Tech just beat them, so they are beatable in the year 2024. It is possible, but it is.
I mean,
if you can get that,
Cornerstone's going to give them a game. I don't think it's going to be a disrespectful thing.
To the round of 8, they do, but.
I mean, you have to get a really big win, though. You have to get a really big win.
Defending national champions. Good luck.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think
love a good upset.
That would not. Yeah, that's not one of those. It's going to be a good game. I think Cornerstone is capable of maybe being in it at the end, but College of Idaho just has more experience at winning. And
also, we got some comments coming in here. Lord's guards will be a problem for Morningside.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's some love coming in from Lord's.
No. Listen. You just have to have watched Morningside play. Lord's is going to play the same type of game that Jamestown played, and they're going to beat you with a little more quickness, and they're going to be pesky. Jamestown beat Morningside twice. If Morningside just doesn't really get a solid solution this is a team they haven't seen all year. Yeah. So it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a real problem. And Lord's wins. That's not hate on Morningside. It's just that's kind of it's a matchup problem.
It just is. Cornerstone 3 seeds under Madonna after beating them twice by double digits the last month, then getting sent to Idaho to play a team from Montana and Idaho. No love for Hall of Fame coach E. James Brown.
I mean, that's actually a good point.
That's a
real good
very
point.
solid point.
Valid.
Twice by double digits in the last month. And are they in? I think they're in the same. Yeah, they're in the same bracket.
They're whack.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but like
they're in the WAC. They're not WAC.
Like they're in the same kind of branch there, even. Like they are.
Yeah.
Got sent to different host sites, obviously, but.
Yeah. What do you do? We can disagree with all day long. It's not going to change anything. That's where it is. They made some what we would feel fine-tuned mistakes in the seating. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Now you just got to be, if you want respect, you just got to go win.
One note for Cornerstone, I do feel like they play similar to Oregon Tech, and like when the threes are raining down, like Oregon Tech proved you can beat College of Idaho. Like you can beat them with the long ball, and if Cornerstone goes in, shoots well, and
they can.
That is not an impossible track for Cornerstone, and who knows, they might be back playing Madonna for a third time.
No, that's not a 1% for Cornerstone. I think I give Cornerstone probably a 30% kind of chance.
Wow. Yeah, I think that's about right.
Yeah,
I think it's about right.
Let's see, Madonna. I actually like. I probably like Cornerstone in the College of Idaho matchup more than I like Madonna in that matchup.
I agree. I think that's not a bad matchup for them.
Yeah, that could be that would have been a problem with Madonna. That would have been a little more problem. Yeah. And now Cornerstone has a chance to do something big. Well, yeah, okay, good for them.
But beating 3 times is tough. We've said that many times. Okay.
Hey, the good news is the WAC has a couple good roads to get some decent mileage, so could earn some WAC respect.
Quick thing I just noticed, Cornerstone, Madonna, and Lords are all in this quadrant.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. That seems it's pretty. I think those are the only 3 that got in from there. Yeah. From their thing. All right, Adam Cross, appreciate the insight. So our Point Park, Texas College, both seated higher than they should be.
Is that a question? Are they? No. Definitely not Point Park. And all right, so this is where we may have just a slight advantage on the common consumer of NAIA basketball. We're down here in Dallas, so we keep a real tight eye on all the colleges here. And we can officially tell you that Texas College is for real. Like, they are a legit basketball team. They got a great coach. Yes, if you're going to look at them historically in a perspective, that would be the wrong way to view this particular team. This team is very, very good. They actually have some older players, so there's some experience and season on this team that makes them extremely dangerous. They're not a team that you want to match up with. Like, they're a matchup problem for anybody that they play. They're a team that could do really well against Langston. They're kind of that scary team. Point Park is a little more straightforward, but they do have multiple ways they play. So Point Park, as I mentioned earlier, they have proven they have kind of this clutch factor at the end of the game. They are not going to wow you. They're not going to go, hey, we're showing up and we got the best talent and we're going to just overwhelm you with our talent. That is not a Point Park thing. And if that's what you need to see, you're going to be unamused. But they have a confidence about what they can do, and they consistently do it. So I actually, I've said this many times this season. St. Mary of the Woods has a better team than Point Park. Point Park just has more confidence, and their clutch factor at the end of the game. If they can be in the game at the end, it is very likely they win.
All right,
and just go look at the stats.
We got two comments.
Yeah,
Two comments came in. Ave Maria, we've talked a lot about that.
Yeah, so
they're
they're second best in
Langston, in their host site.
It's unfortunate. I think they do beat
Langston,
Southwestern.
by the way. It'll be a home crowd for Langston, and that crowd is very difficult to contend with as an opposing team.
Yeah.
They are
now
loud.
the problem is Southwestern's going to get a lot of fans over there in Langston.
That's true.
And that, that's not a big trip for those fans.
Southwestern's in Kansas, by the way.
Yeah. So Ave Maria is having to fly in, and that is going to be a very hostile crowd. You might get some regional love for Southwestern due to it being at Langston. So there's not going to be much to cheer for Langston against Bellevue. So those fans may stay around just to see a good game. And I think Southwestern is a formidable team. I think Ave Maria is a little better as a team. But can you overcome maybe the crowd factor? If they can overcome the crowd factor and that doesn't bother them, they win. Otherwise, Southwestern has a healthy chance to steal that game. I know they're ranked over them. Whatever. They're very even.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a coin flip. Yeah. So can Ave Maria block out the hostile crowd concept and play their game? If they can just play their game, they win. If they get caught in the trap of the emotions, then Southwestern might have the edge.
Getting a little sick of Jamestown beat Morningside twice. The right team won when it mattered. Stay hating, John. Stay hating.
Why am I hating? Is this a Morningside fan?
This is
getting sick of
This is Carson. Yeah. Okay, hang on. We got more. We got more for you. I don't think the speed of Lord's guards will be as big of an issue for Morningside as you think.
Okay.
We talked about those guards earlier.
Right.
Beat St. Thomas in their own gym. Took the 2-seed Florida Memorial to overtime on the road as well.
Okay, that was a good win. Florida Memorial is not built like that. That is not. Florida Memorial is not going to overwhelm you.
Matchup problem.
So Morningside presented a matchup problem for Florida Memorial. Did Morningside play anybody else when they were down in Florida?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, look at that. That's the one they don't want to talk about.
They beat St. Thomas. They got the 87-82, and no, it was just them.
So,
and they did have an 83-61 win over Bellevue, who won the North Star. So around that same time.
Did you seriously say that?
Yeah, I said that out loud.
Okay.
But that was also nearby when they lost to Jamestown. So, I'm not supposed to bring that up. My bad. Yeah, they.
Listen, obviously, if you lose 2 times to a team, it's a matchup problem. What is the matchup problem? It was.
They said injury, so might
well,
check
number
the team
one,
as
the
well.
first time they lost, I watched both those games.
Okay.
The first time they lost was Jamestown lost their mind shooting. They shot the best shooting game they had all year. So there's that. All right, that was kind of an anomaly. But they were in the heads of Morningside the second time. And the second time, they just did better all around. Like, they played better defense. They weren't like super way outspeeding them. They were just a little bit faster. Lourdes is going to be much faster than Jamestown. It is going to be a problem. If you don't recognize what the problem is going to be, you're not going to be able to counterbalance. So Morningside's now got to figure out how are they going to slow down. It don't just go, oh yeah, it's not going to be that big of a problem. I promise you, it will be a problem for Morningside. Can Morningside get a plan together to try to counteract? Yeah, of course. That's why we play the game. There's going to be some strategy. There's a lot of time to watch film, so we didn't even talk about that and put that in the equation. But I think that it will be a close game. I think that it will be a very close game. I just think Lourdes is probably going to get a touch or two more that's more meaningful at the end of the game. That's just due to the speed.
Talked about Cumberland's.
Bro, this one has got me worried. That whole thing's got me worried right there. I am a fan of Marion. I love the way their coach brings his team to the game. So if Cumberland's plays the best they can, and if Marion plays the best they can, Cumberland's wins.
Let's see here. I'm pull up the bracket where.
The problem is Cumberland's.
Where's Cumberland? Wait, why Cumberland's?
Cumberland's it's just been trending down, and it's been unfortunate.
Cumberland's is they're in the College of Idaho bracket. They're not even in this. Oh no, am I just missing?
Well, he may be talking about just deep runs, because we've kind of talked.
Southern there. That's my bad. I have the wrong team there. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know why I did that.
Did you? Is this the?
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Cumberland's is a 2 seed.
Yeah.
As
well.
My bad. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
All right, guys, that's my bad. There we go. Okay.
I saw that earlier, and then I
Yeah,
started getting a little concerned.
That was my bad. Sorry, we're moving quick here.
So best team, right? You bring both your best teams. Cumberland's wins. Matter of fact, I've said this in almost all the shows. Cumberland's plays their best game. They are an elite team. And Grace should be scared. Langston should be scared. They can be very good. They've just been trending down. I don't know what the cause. They're very deep. They got shooters. They got guys that will dunk on you. They will posterize you. They have so many really good, but they haven't had super clutch factor. They've done really well. So it's unfair. If you look at it just as from numbers, you go, man, that's a really good team. But they have not been playing up to their potential. And that's what kind of concerns me about Cumberland's getting a weird matchup with a Marion. Marion's good enough to catch you, and man, Gus and Gizzy and Ames, when he's playing well, that's a trifecta team that's going to be hard to beat, because they're very grindy and they just move all the time. Cumberland's doesn't move around off the ball that well, and they I hate to say it like this, but they kind of get lazy because their talent level is so high. That's a common thread in NAIA basketball.
Yeah, good teams,
But if they come in concept one and done, they realize it, they come out and play their best basketball, they're going to be right up there with the top. They can make a Final Four run easy, and they're tough. They're very, very tough.
Thoughts on
ACU,
Arizona
Antelope Valley.
Christian?
Man,
Well,
my
they're
heart's with Antelope
they're
Valley.
not. They'd be a second-round matchup if they both advance.
If that happened, it'd be
I'd-
Arizona.
I think we'd well, yeah.
I-
I still think it's Huntington there, though.
Yeah,
Huntington should.
Antelope is not getting past Huntington, so I
That's,
hate to be the bearer of bad
we're a little
news for
bit.
you.
We're a little bit high on.
They earned it. They earned it.
They do have. Huntington does have a win against the number 1 team in the country.
Yeah,
They're dangerous.
they earned it. If you haven't watched them, they're very tough. They're the most gritty team in the Crossroads. There's not Grace is not more gritty. Grace is more talented. Grace has got insane coach. He understands what he's working with, and
Coach
he
Moore's
knows
great.
in game management, maybe the best. It's impressive what he has done with this. He's going to tell you. I can already tell you. Coach Moore is going to tell you that this team has bought into the team. They could individually, there's so much individual talent there. You don't know it. You will never know it because it's team first, and individualism is 10th on the list. It's way, way down. And he's going to say, well, that makes it easy for me to coach. And I get it, but you still kind of got to maintain that order.
Yeah.
And when you got the best player in the country, but Huntington didn't let that disturb their game plan, and they went in much like Sagu went into Langston game. They said, we can do this. We just got to be more tenacious and will ourselves better than they do. And that's exactly what Huntington did. So they do that every night. This is going to be – they got something to prove this year. They got a couple guys there that have chips on their shoulder from last year. It's just an unfortunate draw for Antelope Valley. Huntington's going to win that game.
And Huntington, the reason I like them, they kind of remind me of like a Buffalo Bills, like a blue collar type.
Where is that game, by the way?
That one will be at Arizona. It's out there. So Huntington will be the traveling team.
Yeah.
And Huntington last year, again, I think they were 12-13 seed.
Yeah.
They got bounced early.
Yeah.
Or no, they may have been 4. I can't remember. It was 4 or 13, but they got bounced early.
4.
It was 4, yeah. I think they would like to make a deeper run this year.
No, they're going to.
After beating the number 1 team. There's no excuse now. They would like to. There was one thing I wanted to bring up.
They're used to seeing size too, so they're not. You're not going to catch them off guard.
No, lower side of this bracket for Marion, Morningside, you have Cumberland's and Georgetown in this side of the bracket, like 2 very good quality teams, one of the better small conference, but a better one.
We haven't even talked about Marion, Florida College, but that's a tough draw for Marion, man. That Florida College is scrappy and they're good. You catch them shooting well, that's going to be tough.
Florida College is tired of hearing that they're just an independent team. That they're not. I know they
got a good coach. They got good players.
They don't say no. We're for real.
Yeah,
we're here to make a deep run.
The flip on that is Marion's got a great coach. And he's got guys that do everything he asks them to do.
And Marion has a player he can hand the ball to and say, go get 2 points to win this game.
Yeah, if y'all have not seen Gus Etchison play, go look at his
That matters in
games.
Tournaments. You've got to have that go-to guy where you can say, you're getting the ball to number 2.
They kind of have 2. They do.
They
got great players all the way around.
Yeah.
But role players. But they got a couple guys that can go get you buckets.
Is it Gizzy is the other one?
Gizzy and Etchison.
Yeah.
And then, then they got a couple big guys that are good rim protectors. And, it's a good team. It's a really, really good team. And I kind of hate it for Florida College. But it's going to be a game. It's going to be, I agree. Pod. Really toughest pod.
Pod and, I'm just saying, I'm saying the whole bracket. I'm looking at this going, I can make a decent case for most of the teams in this bracket to go. Take off Jessup and Dort probably. But I think the rest of these teams, if Morningside goes, you go, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man.
There's no Jamestown in their path, so I think they're okay. Right, I think they can make the run.
Yeah, I think Marion's got to pull off the upset. It's on them to pull off the upset against Cumberland's.
It's
not. It's Cumberland's is that good. They really are. And Georgetown, man.
That's what I'm saying. Even if you could beat Cumberland's, your next game could be Georgetown. Like, good luck. That's a tough run. Whereas,
at least you get some time. At least you get some time,
you do.
and you're in Kansas City, and the hysteria is different.
It is interesting. Last year, wasn't it College of Idaho that played like Red River teams getting to the Sweet 16 or to the
they got
round
an
of
easy
8?
bracket.
And this year they have the WAC teams, Cornerstone and Madonna. Like, they could very well play Cornerstone and then play Madonna in Kansas City en route to the round of 8. Like, that's a path, and that's interesting that they have it. I'm just saying that's how it worked out. It's how the deck was just shuffled, but that they will have to play teams in the same conference. So like things like scouting, I think, would be a little easier. If for instance you're watching Cornerstone, good chance you might be watching Cornerstone Madonna game, right? Like, you have that. Whereas in other brackets, not as much. Literally write down the bracket as you go. You're going to play teams from the same conference. So but hey, benefit of being the 1 seed, maybe that's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to play the easiest teams.
It kind of is.
Relatively.
I don't think it's quite as easy as last year.
No, it's not. No. I think, man, I want to say it was Red River last year, but I don't want to.
It was.
No hate for Red River, but I would say that Cornerstone would give them a better game than the ones they got last year.
Cornerstone's going to be a really tough matchup.
Yeah, the only way is if Cornerstone just gets cold in their gym, then it's probably over. But like, if Cornerstone gets cold, I mean, that'll be a 20, 30-point blowout, and we'll be like, College
Maybe
of Idaho is.
Yeah. Cornerstone's not one-dimensional, but
all right. Let's see. Last one here is started to slow down. Who wins a potential Concordia, Kansas Wesleyan
Concordia.
pod? Let me go up to that bracket here. You have Concordia over.
Yeah.
Do you see a path for LSU Shreveport getting out of this?
They have to beat Kansas Wesleyan. I think that's a very even. That is a very even game. That's a very 50-50 game right there.
For a 5-12, it feels like an 8-9.
That's a 50-50 game. That's what I'm saying. They just get sometimes you got to throw out the seeds and just look at the matchup. That's a 50-50 game. It's the NAIA.
Yeah. So you like Concordia having to go to Kansas City and face the Lions. Good luck.
Man, I'm gonna have to go do a little research on the IU
Northwest.
Yeah, because they kind of scare me a little bit.
Chicago.
Maybe they are good. Maybe I just don't know. Like I'm saying Concordia with a little bit of I don't know about IU Northwest. I know that would be a huge win for Chicagolands, right?
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be huge. Second team out of their conference.
Yeah.
I know Olivet's in, and I saw obviously Roosevelt in the other bracket, but they could use a win just to help boost that. I mean, we talked. How much did we talk before the bracket was revealed? GPAC or Chicagoland, and we get that right here. Just game one, we'll get to see. Man. I still think Concordia's a favorite, but
yeah. All right. Well, we still have a ton to talk about. I think I got to digest this a little bit. We go do a little bit of research. Yeah. There's some teams, some interesting. I got Life. I got some homework. So somebody wanted me. Is Life in?
They did not make it.
No, okay, so
I see that.
I can move forward without doing my Life homework.
I'm gonna double check real quick.
Okay.
They're not in here. Yeah. They're not in here.
That's unfortunate.
21 wins.
Yeah.
That's tough. Some teams are going to get left out.
No,
I think the surprise was the Evangel getting in. That was the one that they probably took their spot.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Evangel getting the win over Oklahoma Wesleyan really helped that cause. Probably Coach Boswick fought for them.
I would imagine.
So, yeah.
Okay, they beat a top 5 team at the end of the season. Recency helps. It just helps.
I know. I'm a firm believer in recency, but it matters. It matters coming down the stretch. How you do. All right. Well, until next time. I don't really have any other thoughts. I actually had a thought, but I'll save it for next time.
Okay. there's a lot to go over, and it's been a lot of fun breaking down the
Yeah,
brackets.
I got to go check out the women's bracket too. So
Yeah, they just
we got some homework. All right, guys.
All right.
Thanks for watching. It's been awesome. Love this, and it's the best time of the year. So we'll be back probably tomorrow, but we got some exciting news coming up. All right, bye.
Hit it with the